Alrighty. Let's get you a little bit bigger there. Welcome to the show. August baseball. August baseball coming your way tonight. Can you believe it's August already? It's like game 9 and it's August. I don't know what that means, but it's August and we're playing baseball. We're doing a baseball game tonight. So
hey, it's August and the Giants are playing meaningful baseball.
That's right. I'm not sure you could have predicted that earlier.
No.
A couple months ago.
If you would have told me that in January, I'd have been very excited.
Oh, so yeah, we got the 4-4 Giants against the 2-4 Rangers. I don't know how they've only played 6 games so far, but not a great start for them. Although they took what they played. They were what 1-2 against the Diamondbacks. Is that right? Or yeah,
that's right. They got swept by Colorado, I believe.
Yeah, they got shellacked by Colorado.
But Colorado looks good out of the gate. They one of the early surprises, the Rockies. They're doing it again tonight, up 3-0 already against the Padres.
That's right. Make sure I have that up here. Get those stats on top. All right, well, we're a few minutes away from the Giants and the Rangers starting here tonight. We've got Jordan Lyles of the Rangers going against Drew Smyly of the Giants. This is Smiley's, second start this season? I think he pitched in the first game, didn't he? But only started one. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Yep. He started the first game against the Dodgers, came back 3 days later, and started at the fourth game of that.
I don't think they'll be looking for too many innings out of him tonight. I mean, it would be nice if they could, but seems like Kapler's getting those starters out of there pretty quick so far.
Right. I mean, while the rosters are huge like they are right now, you might as well not rush these guys, I guess. But at some point, you got to stretch them out a little bit. And makes me wonder. You don't hear too much about what they're doing outside of the game, like if they're actually getting an extra time in a bullpen session or something. You don't really hear anything about that. So.
They're keeping pretty coy about these things. I don't know if that's on purpose or.
I think the rules are so different this year in terms of like what the communication standards are for like playing like injuries and all that I just don't know if you're going to hear about any of that stuff. So everything's going to be upper body injuries, right? Like in the NHL.
NHL style.
Exactly. All right. Let's see. I think that.
So who they got in the who do we have in the DH tonight?
The DH
Sandoval.
Yeah, DH. Sandoval, which is I guess you don't really need to see him in the field if Belt and Longoria are both in the lineup. But
no, so I guess we got Yastrzemski center, Dickerson left, Solano's playing second, Belt at first, Longoria at third, Sandoval's in the DH, Crawford short, Heineman is behind the dish, and Duggar is in right field hitting ninth.
So I like those first 3. We've talked about that a lot, and the first 2 games I did by myself this season, we talked about the Yastrzemski, Dickerson, Solano. Those are the guys to watch. Those are the guys I'm excited to see right now. And Heineman's been, I like that guy. Seems like a hard worker. He seems like an energy guy that the Giants can really use, I'm sure.
Playing well so far. UCLA product, I believe.
There we go.
I'd like to see Solano maybe in the DH. The bat's been great so far, but the fielding, maybe not so great.
He's better than Wilmer Flores, that's for sure.
having Sandoval in as your DH, hitting whatever he's hitting in the low hundreds.
Yes.
I don't know. You want a little more production out of your designated hitter than hitting 118.
Absolutely. So, I'm kind of surprised that Sandoval is in a lineup. I mean, he's the switch hitter, and he kind of tends to hit righties better, I guess. But I don't know. There's Wilmer Flores has started almost every game so far, and so he's notably not in the lineup tonight. But Sandoval is. At least it's not Hunter Pence in the DH again.
That's true.
As you said last night,
118 is higher than 0.
Yeah, 118 is higher than an 0 for 21. So we'll take it. We'll take what we can get.
It's going to be interesting now. We've got the the big contract guys in Belt, Longoria, Crawford.
Yeah, and then nobody after that. The
To see
contracts are pretty dismal after that.
if they can turn it around. But like you say, the big offense you would expect at least so far to come from the top three: Yaz, Dickerson, Solano, all hitting the ball real well early in the season.
Yep, and they're all atop the lineup too, so that's not too surprising. It would be nice to see Belt get a
That's
hit.
actually nice to see.
Right.
That's nice to see from
Oh,
Kapler, him
yeah.
putting the good hitters towards the top.
I'm sure Bochy would have had Duggar leading off and probably Crawford hitting second, and with like Yastrzemski and Dickerson hitting 6 and 7 probably. So who knows?
If nothing else, I do appreciate Bochy and how he could manage a bull.
Oh yeah, that is something that it would be interesting to see how we would manage this bullpen and the pitching staff in general, because there's no, you don't have a 5-man bona fide rotation. You don't, you got guys that are kind of all question marks in the entire rotation, if you can call it that, and then the bullpen is a bunch of guys who don't have much track record, and the little track record that some of them have this season is not exactly the image of consistency. They've been up, they've been down, they've been giving up a ton of runs. Like Rogers gave up a ton of runs in that last game against not the Rangers, the Padres, but he's had a couple of solid outings also. So who knows what you're going to get from these guys?
I think that's the thing about maybe not even just Rogers or even the bullpen, but kind of everybody so far. There's been a lot of inconsistencies. You take a game last night where, you know, pretty much everybody looked real good, maybe outside of Hunter Pence. And then you go back to maybe those first two games against the Dodgers, a couple of games against the Padres, and there wasn't a lot to like.
Right.
If they could start to play better and string a couple games together here, I mean, their 560 game season, the NL West looks real, real good so far. But, who knows?
It does look strong. It looks strong at the top, at least. I'm surprised the Diamondbacks haven't gotten a faster start than what they have, but I'm sure they're gonna. The law of averages is definitely going to work in their favor. They're going to come.
I actually watched
back.
them play the Texas about a few days ago, and boy, the Diamondbacks, they did not look good. They really, again, that was their bullpen, threw it away in the 8th and 9th.
Yeah.
But Texas, they don't have a terrible lineup. Rogers here leading off. I mean, pretty good player and off to a slow start, but overall he's been a good player. Odor hitting 3 again, off to a slow start, but a good player. Joey Gallo could be a superstar in this league. Todd Frazier, bit over the hill, but good player.
I don't know if you saw the image on the broadcast a few minutes ago. They showed the Heineman brothers. Tyler Heineman.
That's right. They've got the other Heineman is he's in the outfield tonight?
Yeah, center field, starting the center. He is a 0 average in 4 at bats.
Yeah, him and Hunter Pence.
Yeah, him and Brandon Belt so far. The Brandon Belt has the benefit of not having nearly as many at bats.
We'll see if anybody can get off the schneid tonight.
Yeah, normally, I mean, you got the Giants playing the Rangers. They're going to play them 6 times this season, I think it is, and that's occasionally they would normally play them in a full season, but not every year, but every couple of years. So they're playing. Right. They've got the Rangers. They're going to be playing the Angels, which, oh boy, see how they do against that offense.
Well. I mean, talk about a disappointment. I think if you talk about disappointments, maybe out of the gate, I know it's early. Well, I don't think we can say it's early. Oh, boy. Andrus with a looking like a leadoff double.
Yep.
Stand-up double.
I'm still a little bit ahead of you. Like I was saying,
I think out of the gate, you got to probably say the Angels are the biggest disappointment of the season. They look real bad. With that, I mean, obviously, anytime you got the best player on the planet, gave Rendon all that money, Ohtani, Fletcher, Pujols is making a ton.
Absolutely.
But yeah, they can't do much lately.
All right, having a little problem with the syncing of your video here. It should be better now. All right. I gave the game a pause so we could kind of catch up to each other here.
All right, cool.
All right, so here's Nick Solak. A bunch of guys with not a ton of hits this season in the Rangers lineup tonight.
They don't have a great team. They've got a couple of guys here and there, but
would you say they had more guys than the Giants have?
Definitely a team that should be in a rebuild mode.
Yeah, we know what rebuild modes are like.
We do. Let's hope ours doesn't take too long.
So I'm at 0-2 now.
Oh, I am there as well.
Okay.
There we go. Smiley sure takes his time.
Yeah, he's
not a quick worker.
Yeah, very deliberate, and we'll see how that kind of plays in this modern game of we're doing everything we can to speed things up. But
right, yeah. He's not Rob Manfred's friend.
I think it's funny that the replays still seem to take forever when they do them. Like even
right. Going third.
Oh, we got him.
Looks safe.
Nope. Yeah, a little short
Missed
on the throw.
Missed the tag.
So it's a little short of the base there on the throw. I think that's some aggressive base running there, stealing third in the first inning. Oh, Longoria was just not positioned well.
He's out of position.
Yeah.
Longoria's out of position.
Went past the base.
Really should have had him.
I don't think a review is gonna get them anything, but sure, Longoria would not.
It's MLB. You never know.
Although with the lefty up, I'm wondering how far off the base Longoria was playing there before that throw was made.
Oh, he looks real far off.
Oh yeah.
They just zoomed out. He looked real far off. Oh, that's nice.
All right.
From a third. Go.
We got to say Brandon Belt's name in a positive light here to start the game out.
It wasn't the toughest play.
Hey, it's a play made. Plays made are oh, you know what?
I think his tag came off. If he had kept the tag on.
Yeah, that's
because Andrus does come off, but I don't think he's tagging anything right there.
I don't see any way that they overturn that.
No,
absolutely it's too hard to tell, probably.
Well, let's get out of it right here anyway. Although, while Texas might not be that great, Joey Gallo can play. A couple of homers already. We're only hitting 227. Be a good inning to get out of, though. Always nice to get out of that first inning unscathed.
Oh, there we go. What? Umpiring
we need robot umpires.
Yeah, umpiring has been all over the place this season so far. So,
where are those robot umpires when we need them?
So one of the themes that I've kind of been talking about through the first few games is how many clean innings the Giants can get on defensively. This obviously isn't one of them with the double, but they've been very few and far between. I remember the opening night game, Cueto had one, and then I don't think they had another one until game 3. Like they're letting runners on every inning.
I was just going to say, between the huge amount of errors we've had and the bullpen struggles and clean innings, they're tough for the Giants right now.
Yep.
Ooh, man, he's squeezing them. The umpire is
time.
Squeezing Smiley so far. I don't think a walk to Gallo is the worst thing in the world.
Lance Barrett behind the plate tonight.
Lance Barrett,
Yep.
I don't like your strike zone so far. There we go.
Yeah, there you go.
Nice swing and a miss.
I like the very first pitch of the ball game. Smiley coming out, throwing a fastball right down the middle and putting it right by. Get a swinging strike against Andrews. So I guess that could be a good sign, right? Can't be a bad sign.
You know what? He does look like he has real good control tonight. He looks like he's got good command of his pitches.
Oh yeah. How many his? Oh wow. There's no strike zone tonight. How many did he put right on that outside edge that didn't get called? I mean.
Well, I mean, there was 2 to Gallo just now, and I believe 1 in the previous at bat as well.
Right.
So, you know, and that's another real nice pitch right there. I mean, it is a ball. It should have been a walk.
Right.
You know, but
well, he shouldn't have been in a 3-2 count at that point either. So
he shouldn't have been there anyway. But that was a real nice teaser pitch anyway. Like I say, Gallo's the one guy. Although, you know, Todd Frazier, but. If you're going to walk someone in this lineup, I don't mind walking Joey Gallo.
Oh, yeah. This is not the Todd Frazier of like 5 or 6 years ago. So
this is not what was it, White Sox Todd Frazier?
No, not at all. The old man Todd Frazier.
Cincinnati Reds Todd Frazier.
Right. Yeah, Frazier had some pretty decent years. I mean, he
had some big seasons.
40 home runs in 2016, 35 the year before that. Never a big average guy, but
no, big on the power.
But 98 RBIs in 2016. So that's
nothing wrong with that.
The Giants would love to have that kind of production from anywhere in their lineup. Like, yeah, how many years had it been since they had a 20 home run hitter before last season?
I don't remember quite, but it was too many.
It's going to take a lot of
especially
work
when you think 20 home runs, not that many. All right.
Oh, they got him nailed. Oh, this is.
Here we go.
They have not been super impressive in these rundowns yet this year.
Come on.
Oh, they should get him right.
Oh
no.
Goodness. Oh my
goodness. He's safe. And
Heineman takes out the third base umpire.
He was kind of standing in a bad spot. So what's the call, Blue?
Did we get a call?
I don't think we got him. I don't think they got him. Crawford was in the wrong spot.
Wow, that is horrible execution of a pickle.
Oh, that's bang bang.
And Heineman went MMA on the third base umpire there.
Yep.
Oh, he did give us a call. We just couldn't see.
Oh, yeah. Similar to Bellinger running into Sandoval.
That was pretty funny stuff. Boy, that was just terrible execution though there by the Giants.
All right, yeah. So so obviously the runner moved up to second as well. Man.
And that's what you get
Yep.
for not executing. 2-run single by Todd Frazier. And that's why you got to do the little things correctly.
Oh, brother. They would have been better off.
Hung on to that ball too long in the rundown.
Yeah, they would have been better off just getting that runner between first and second and allowing the first guy to score. You can't know that at the time, but my goodness. All right, so poor defensive play.
That's not the way to start a game.
No.
Obviously, it won't count as an error in the scorebook, but
not even.
Boy,
Todd Frazier just stole second base, like easily.
Todd Frazier stealing a bag. That's wow.
Frazier had 1 stolen base all of last season.
Surprised he had that many.
Yeah. Has 72 in his career, but not recently. Okay, interesting start. Giants are going to have to polish off that high power offense again, I guess.
I suppose so. Well, they have been scoring some runs. That is the one, at least the one good thing we got going.
Except for the first 2 games of the season, but yeah, things have definitely gotten a lot better since then. So we're at the
I really
sixth
hope that
6 batters deep into the first inning. He's at 22 pitches.
really hope that rundown doesn't come back to bite us, because that was rather frustrating.
Fundamental baseball.
Exactly, those are the little things.
Yeah, we're gonna get
It's a nice
no
two
help,
pitch.
no help from the
Bounced a
umpire tonight.
bounce a slider in front of the dirt, but yeah, the umpire's been not helping the Giants' cause.
I don't remember seeing too much of him, so we don't have a book on him. I'm sure Kruko will fill us in at some point, but there we go, There's a shafter. Oh,
Looks like out of play. Look out, cardboard cutouts. See anybody good back there? I don't see any. I did see a nice Steve Young cardboard cutout. Was
Yep. Jerry Rice, I think, is sitting right next to him, and
oh, awesome. All right.
Barry Bonds on the other side of Jerry. Look, they got some old school jerseys back there in the upper right corner.
Oh yeah, there they are. I like that. Ooh.
Okay.
There we go. Finally.
Could have
Called
used that
strike
about
three.
12
Finally
pitches
gave
ago.
you one on the edge. Well, that was a rough top of the first, but
Rough top of the first. I think
let's hope we can-
I think they should I mean, they only gave up the 2 hits, so but that yields 2 runs.
yeah, the double and the single. But they should have been out. I mean, double, single, and a walk. But even with all that, they should have been out of it.
Right. Giants the last couple
Just
of games
Heineman's
have been pretty.
let that.
Go ahead.
Heineman's got to let that ball go sooner. Just hanging on to it too long.
Yeah, the Giants the last couple of games have been decent about not walking a ton of guys. They did the first few games against the Dodgers, but as soon as they cut that out, all of a sudden, the offense for the Dodgers almost just fell away. So who knew that not walking guys was the strategy? All right, so a couple things we wanted to talk about tonight. You had a great idea talking about sort of our all-time favorite Giants team, by kind of by position type of thing. Fill up the lineup of your favorite Giants players. And
now, this is a. Wonder, do you want to go favorite or best? Because we can definitely go favorite. That's kind of more fun. Best.
I wonder how different those would be. We could kind of do a little of each, I guess.
Because I think if you go favorite, for me, the outfield, just take the outfield right now. I think favorite left would be Bonds.
Yeah. I think either way that I think Bonds is going to be the left fielder.
Bonds is there no matter what. Bonds in left. For me, center would be Darryl Hamilton.
Okay.
And in right, I know he didn't play many games, but I told you last night, I just got a great story about him, and I just loved his time, this very short time with the team. And right, it's got to be Darryl Strawberry for me.
The very, very, very short time with the Giants, 29 games played.
Exactly.
So that's your favorite outfield?
That's my favorite outfield.
Okay. Well, my favorite outfielder to watch right now is at the plate, but will not be my all-time favorite, that's for sure.
I agree with that. Yaz has had a great last season, and he's hitting the cover off the ball so far this year.
That's a strike for the Rangers, I guess.
That looked very similar to the top of the first. That was a ball, but all right.
Robinson Chirinos was the last guy that batted for the Rangers. That's an interesting name. I got to admit, I don't know these American League players a whole lot. Obviously, we
We're not used to seeing them too
Yeah, I don't
often.
spend
That's
a lot of
right.
time watching American League Baseball, but this is 2020, so you're going to see pretty much a little half as I mean, what, two National League teams for every American League team they play. I think it's 40 and 20. I think is how it breaks down games out of the 60 game schedule. Well, it's a nice shift. I mean, one thing I'll
I
say
like that
about
he's trying to
Dickerson,
bunt. I like that
Dickerson,
he's trying to bunt away from the shift.
yeah, Dickerson already this season has put at least 2 ground balls on the ground against the shift, and he's shown that he can. I mean, that he can beat that shift, and I'm sure Yastrzemski can probably do it too. But Dickerson, who's on deck, seems to be a real good back control type of guy. There we go. See, this is why I like Yaz at leadoff,
nice
because he can work some walks.
Yaz is a great player. It's I just what happened to him in Baltimore to start his career? I don't know. But
well, I don't think they didn't expect this from him last year by any means. You know, I think it was. I'm not sure. I mean, maybe somebody on the Giants staff, coaching staff, expected this, but I don't think. The announcers certainly didn't expect it. It was all just sort of a shock.
Dickerson, lazy fly ball to left. Man, I got a real problem with swinging at the first pitch and not hitting the ball hard.
Yeah.
Like if you want to swing at the first, and I know there are people that take that aggressive approach. I was never like that myself, but I don't mind it. But if you want to swing at that first pitch, you better hit the ball hard.
Agreed.
Donovan Solano with some monster numbers so far.
Definitely not your prototypical number 3 hitter, but on this team, those numbers will play at the third spot, I think.
I think the not prototypical would be our cleanup spot. But then again, I think that's probably been the case for quite a while now.
A very long time. Crawford has been swinging at a lot of first pitches this year too. I've noticed. There we go. Oh, this guy just barrels everything.
Whew. Hit it hard, but right at the third baseman.
Yeah. As they just said,
pretty interesting stuff over in the UFC. They just fighters were doing their walkout, and one of the fighters fainted on the way to the ring.
Whoa!
On the way to the octagon, down on the ground.
You got to stay hydrated before those games. Before those matches.
Guess. Those weight cuts will do it to you. I guess. All right, Belt. What they're getting these calls right on the edge of the strike zone. The Rangers, the Giants were not seeing that in the top of the first.
Typical Belt, walking about 3 times. He struck out in the other 2 at bats.
Lyle's also not a quick worker.
No, definitely not. Yeah, this is taking forever.
We got two real slow workers on the mound tonight. That was a nice cut from Belt.
Yep.
Nice to see.
I think the season opener went something like 3.5 hours, and I was hurting pretty hard. Was it that game or I forget which one it was, but it was.
I believe it was at those national televised games. They stretch those commercials, get every penny they can.
Yeah. Good eye.
Oof. If you would have told me that pitch was going to be thrown, I'd say 9 times out of 10, Belt's going to swing at that junk in the dirt.
Yeah, it's the slider, the back foot slider. He is very susceptible to.
He is. Cove looks quite packed tonight.
They've had a good
1, 2, 3, 4,
some
5,
good attendance
6.
in the Cove.
Yeah, like 10 kayaks out there, a couple of boats.
Okay.
Oh, laying off the high fastball, too. Who is this guy up here?
See what we can get going with the runner going. All right.
All right,
That's
we'll take it.
in
Nice
6
walk.
plate appearances now this season. Belt has 4 walks.
You know what? In the what was they saying? He gets on base.
Can't ask for much more than that. Oh, I suppose you could.
All right, let's see if we can get something from Longoria here. I like the little neck gaiter he's got going on there.
Yeah, that's a popular look this season, and you're going to see that a lot. It's the guys with sort of the scarf bandana kind of look around the neck as that's their PPE that they wear.
Yeah, don't think it's doing a lot of protection on the neck, but it's all
Well,
right.
I wouldn't want that thing on my face when I was batting. Ooh,
You know what? I was playing some golf today and tried keeping the mask on the whole time, and it's tough.
what's the weather like out there for
Ooh, that's
golfing?
a nice pitch. It's gorgeous. It's bright blue sky and 80 degrees every day.
All right, I'm a few seconds ahead, so I'll let you see with this.
Oh, there we go. Get down. Get down. All right. Tie it up. Tie it up. Come on, Belt. There you go. Longoria, Oppo, triple alley power.
So no defensive gaff for the Rangers, but the walk also hurting them. Belt going first to home.
Think I'm gonna be behind you again here. My
Is
Bay
it
Area Sports app is not cooperating. There we go. We're back.
All right, about to get the first pitch to Sandoval here.
All right. Yeah, I'm still on the replay of. There we go. All right, Pablo. Let's turn this season around here. Pablo just goes, and I know it's Pablo, and that's what he does, but just that free swinging at everything that gets thrown up there can get a little frustrating as a fan sometimes.
Oh, yeah. He can come up with some clutch hits, though.
Oh, hey, we've seen it time and time again that I got to think that at least in his prime, there wasn't anybody that was a better bad ball hitter than him.
Agreed.
Another guy rocking the old neck gaiter, nice bright Giants orange.
I think in previous games he went with just the regular kind of black mask that he always sat right below his nose. It was like
That's right. That's what I saw him wearing.
Yeah.
But it looks like maybe we had a team meeting and agreed on the orange neck gaiter.
I wonder if Brandon Crawford had something to do with that. He's the stylist or whatever, isn't he?
Well, probably, yeah. It might cover up that beard though. I don't know if he can get on board with it. We'll see.
Boy, a base hit here would be a nice add-on.
That was a nice foul off right there. That was a tough pitch. The good thing here is they are making him throw some pitches.
Yes, they are. Ooh. Yeah, I don't think that one's got the distance.
Wow, that was.
All right, so
no, we were.
All right, they tied it up. I mean, heck,
Hey,
got to be happy with that.
you know,
Only,
if you had told me 10 minutes ago we're going to get 2, I'd have been just fine.
yep. So taking
All right, so
advantage of
let's
2
hear
walks
that.
and a double. All right.
Let's hear that favorite outfield for
All
you.
right. So my favorite outfield, I'm gonna have to go with with Bonds and left. I don't think. I'm not sure anybody can go with a real reasonable selection other than him. Center field, I'm kind of a perpetual Darren Lewis fan, so
D. Lou, it's a good one too.
I like Darren Lewis. I also liked me some Randy Wynn in center field. So
Ooh, I can't get behind that. I can't get behind that.
Maybe not as a defensive guy, but I thought he put some good seasons in. But the right fielder, gosh, that's another thing we talked about. That just being such a hole in the Giants lineup for so long. But
not been a lot of good right fielders in Giants history. Yeah.
Glenn Allen Hill. Should I go with Glenn Allen Hill? I don't know.
I was trying to think. What about the Candy Man? Where did he play? Where did
Candy
Maldonado play?
was a right fielder.
Yeah, that's a good pick. That's a solid pick right there. Can't go wrong with the Candy.
I'm going to go with Ellis Burks, I think, as my right fielder.
Another good one. Not a lot of seasons with the Giants, but he was fun to watch.
Yeah, that's a guy that I wish had spent more time with the Giants. But
and as picking Darryl Strawberry as my right fielder, I can't complain.
Yeah, you can't really talk about service time. Definitely not a key criteria.
Service time was lacking for my right fielder. Absolutely.
All right.
And we can get it out of the way, I assume, for first base as well.
I'm pretty sure that we're both going to be simpatico on this one.
If it's not number 22, I think we just end this friendship right now.
Osvaldo Fernandez was a pitcher, not a first baseman. So he was the first guy to wear number 22 after Will Clark left the team.
Those were sad days when Will Clark left the team.
Absolutely.
Anytime I see him in a Ranger or Cardinal jersey, it brings a tear to my eye. It does not look right.
How about a guy like Will Clark, who came up pretty much the exact same time as Mark McGwire? He finishes the last couple seasons of his career backing up Mark McGwire at first base.
That's right. That's right.
They were kind of platooning at that point, but Mark McGwire had health on his side. I mean, Clark had those leg problems for so long that not surprising that his career ended a little bit early.
It did. That was a shame. That he had one of the prettiest swings there has ever been.
Nice.
We got the Heineman brothers there in the picture.
Yep.
Ooh, and he goes fishing.
All right, I'm taking note of the fact that I'm probably about 5 or 6 seconds ahead of you here.
Yeah, I keep.
That's all right.
I keep getting paused. Although at the moment, I am smooth sailing.
So yeah, second base. Who do you like at second base? I have a feeling I might know which direction you're going to go.
Oh, second base. Oh, and we go as I'm pausing again. The Xfinity app here is not doing me any good. Second base for me is easy.
Number 6.
He's the guy the reason I played second base when I played. Played his whole career with the Giants. Whole career with the Giants. Robbie Thompson, absolutely. It's not even close. Jeff Kent, I liked for a little bit, and then he went on KMBR and said that anyone that lives in the Bay Area is a moron, and that kind of ended it for me with him.
Yeah. He's but he was kind of a villain at a lot of. I mean, anybody that goes and plays for the Dodgers is going to be kind of a natural villain with the fan base, I think, and he's no exception. But yeah, I think Robbie Thompson is a great pick. I don't know if there's really a whole lot of other options. I mean, we're talking. We are obviously not digging deep into the history of the Giants here. I mean, I would say if we were going with our favorite center fielder, I never watched Willie Mays play, so I can't go with Willie Mays as an
exactly.
option.
That's why there's such a massive difference between favorite and best,
Yeah.
right?
We're talking
I mean,
like 80s through today pretty much in terms of the player pool that we're selecting from here.
exactly.
So yeah, I mean other options at second base. I mean Ray Durham played second base for the Giants for quite a while.
See, when I think Ray Durham, I think more A's. Personally, I think
I
more
would
of Ray
say
Durham on the
he was
A's.
better with the A's, definitely.
Smiley, by the way, is just dealing.
Oh yeah, look at
Is
that. Filthy.
absolutely dealing.
Yeah, he's keeping them off balance now, which is very I mean, he hasn't thrown a whole lot of fastballs. So, he's definitely
Granted,
thrown
this is the very bottom of the not very good order, but
right. Well, he's got it looks like he has a better feel for everything. And after the first inning, he knows how tight the strike zone is, so he's got to work with that.
Texas also rocking some very nice blue neck gaiters. Everybody matching very well out there today.
A lot of color coordination.
A lot of color coordination going on. Hey, look good, feel good, play good.
Giants are wearing the sort of the spring alternate jersey tonight, which I'm not a fan of. I don't care for it, but I
It does look very spring training-ish,
yeah
doesn't it?
yeah both teams are going with the solid primary color jerseys, but one jersey I'm sort of sad to see them get away is sort of the '80s style SF jersey that they wore on Sundays.
I was a big fan of those 80s road jerseys, the gray with the SF on the
Yeah,
side.
yeah, that's the one they on the Sundays on the road they played with those, but they're not doing that this year.
I tell you what, while those 90s Giants teams may not have been very good, those were some great jerseys they had.
Yep,
The uh,
classic.
the old school white with the Giants, old Giants writing for home, and the gray SF
Yep.
as the road jerseys were outstanding. He's battling out there.
The I kept seeing online for a while they had like a clearance on the I think it was like the orange sort of one piece no button 80s Giants jersey with the Giants on the front of it. That
Right.
it was like clearance type of thing, and then the only sizes available were small. So I haven't worn a size small in 30 something years probably. So
So it wasn't going to work for you,
yeah,
was it?
so I opted not to go with that option. Is this an 8 pitch at bat so far? Yep.
He's up there. He's battling.
Ref Snyder.
Mm, That's a nice at bat. That is a very
Yeah.
nice at bat.
Yeah. Give him tip of the
We
cap
call
for
that
that
a
one.
professional at bat.
Unfortunately, means another not clean inning for the Giants, which they were close to
We were
getting.
knocking on the door.
Yep.
Not many cardboard cutouts in the stands tonight.
Oh, we got a chat room participant here. Good evening to Eden Gaming ZZ. It's our first chat in the chat room on YouTube so far.
All right.
Yeah. That's what we're looking for. We need a little interaction.
Interaction is good. All right, back to the top here. Andrews again.
Yeah, I think Smiley's pitching a little bit differently than he did the first inning. So, but
Yeah, I wouldn't
they got him back in the stretch
hang
though.
anything. Oh, look at that. The neck gator with the T right on the front there.
Yeah, that's classy looking.
Beautiful.
I wonder if the league
Beautiful.
like just sort of mandated something like that.
I gotta think they do because, I mean, everybody was just wearing random masks out there before, and now we all look very coordinated.
I don't know if grooving a fastball down the middle is a great way to go against him again.
Didn't work out so well in the top of the first, but
So you went Robbie Thompson with
he
second
was
base.
locating that. He was locating the breaking stuff really well in the beginning of this inning.
Yep.
But there we go. He does it again there. Oh, 2. Up to 43 pitches, still in the second inning here.
Yep. It's a good pitch to throw 0-2 there. So you went with Robbie Thompson. I'm gonna go with. Gosh, I feel like it's gonna be silly if we both go with the same guys the whole time. But I will.
Yeah, but it's favorite. I mean,
Yeah.
but I think that just shows, kind of growing up in the Bay Area at our age,
Yep.
when we did. I mean, I think you'd be hard pressed to find a Giants fan our age that probably doesn't say Will Clark's your favorite Giant, right? I mean, I got to think
Absolutely.
80-90% are going to say Will Clark.
Yep. So yeah, I'm going with Robbie Thompson as well. Shortstop. Shortstop is as there haven't been a lot of mainstays at shortstop for the Giants. I think Crawford has probably held that position down longer than anybody did since we've been alive. So, not that.
There's a lot of candidates at shortstop.
Yeah.
A lot of candidates at shortstop, you can say. Royce Clayton,
Mm-hmm.
Brandon Crawford, Jose Uribe,
Yes.
who had the greatest chant
Yes.
of all time at Candlestick Park.
Oh man, those. Gosh. Bringing back some memories. Who else do we have? Well, obviously we have the sort of the one-offs like the Miguel Tejada, Edgar Renteria.
I was going to say, hey, Renteria hit the bomb to win in 2010.
Absolutely.
Now, there's definitely a lot of options at shortstop. I'd say there's more options at shortstop than any other position.
0-2 to a walk. Ugh.
You're definitely a little bit ahead of me. And
Okay, sorry.
he's not locating the breaking stuff anymore.
Nope. Well, he's in the stretch again, so
he struck out the first two, and the breaking, it was all with breaking balls. And now he's sticking with the breaking stuff, but he's low. He's just missing low.
Definitely looks like he was trying to pitch in.
He's going to be up over 50 pitches more than likely through 2 innings. That's not what we're looking for. But like you say, at least we've got the expanded rosters, and you got more arms to throw out.
Yeah, at least we got a whole bunch of unproven arms that we can throw in there if this guy falters.
I'm thinking you might have a lot of runs tonight in this game.
Oh, now the corner strike is back.
I'll get there in a second. There we go. And that's that breaking ball. I mean, he's all breaking balls this inning.
Yep. He's really, really laying off the fastball.
Wow, 20 years at Pac Bell Park.
Gosh,
or AT&T,
I didn't even think
Oracle,
of that, but yeah,
we call these.
Absolutely.
I just realized, I just saw the patch 20/24, and I was like, wow.
He's locating well, right on the edge of the strike zone. It's like kind of Kirk Reeder style here. I remember that first season at Pac Bell, we were able to get tickets from somebody. I forget where we got them from, but it was like the top row of the upper deck and kind of just a little to the left of behind home plate, but we were so high up, and I was just so excited to go to this new stadium for the first time.
There we go. Breaking ball in the dirt. Right. Finally got somebody.
Strikes out the side.
All right. Mixed in with some walks.
Yeah. Mixed in with the pair. Well, no, so he just walked. Yeah, just one walk.
Oh, and single. That's right.
Yeah, one walk and the single. So 5 strikeouts so far for Smiley through 2 innings. Okay. It doesn't seem like the way these, I mean, it doesn't seem that dominant, not as dominant as that stat would suggest anyway. All right, so moving around the horn, we're at shortstop. Favorite shortstop?
For me, I know who mine is. I agree there's definitely the most candidates of any position that's short. But for me, it's got to be Jose Uribe.
Jose Uribe.
Uribe was he was the chant. You're a kid chanting Uribe, and just oh man, it was fun. He was a good defender too.
Yep.
Didn't do much with the bat, but.
Gosh, I'm going to go with Clayton. And
Royce Clayton would be my number 2. Yeah, Royce Clayton was good too.
Unfortunately, I just feel like there aren't that many good options, but I feel okay about that one. Who was
third base?
Who was the shortstop when the Giants when the Bonds the 2001 team? Who was the shortstop then? Rich Aurelia. That's who I'm going. I'm going with Rich Aurelia. Sorry, I don't know how we missed him. I'm going with him. Final answer.
Rich Aurelia, first grand slam in interleague play.
Oh, that's good knowledge.
Hit the first grand slam ever in interleague play at Angel Stadium.
There you go.
A little bit of ridiculous knowledge for you right there.
Absolutely. I like it though. I like it.
Third base is pretty easy, at least I think. In fact, I can't even think of anybody outside of Matt Williams. Pedro Feliz.
Vicente Casilla. Is that right? Yeah, Matt Williams. We're basically coming up with an 80s and early 90s Giants team here. But,
we really are. We really are. But you know what? That's okay.
Yeah.
Because you like who you like, right?
Absolutely. I mean, the 93 team, who all of these guys were on pretty much, you're not going to find probably a much more solid Giants roster probably just about ever than that. Then
was I think Clayton, right? Was the shortstop on that 93
Clayton was yeah, he was the shortstop in 93. So the catching position now is a little bit more interesting, I think. We have sort of you can go with the Kurt Manwaring again, which is the same squad. But so I think we're both safe in saying that 93 Giants is probably our favorite. I would go with. I don't know. You tell me.
I'm really torn between 93 and 89. I have some very good childhood memories of that 89 season. But I do have 93 as well. They're definitely my two favorite seasons.
Would Brett Butler be in the running as your favorite Giants center fielder?
Absolutely not. Oh, I like that. I like that bunt. I think he's just kind of too slow to pull that off.
He's not that slow, though. I mean, he's got pretty good speed. It's just...
He looked like he was chugging away right there. Ooh, here comes the replay. Ooh, he really takes him out. That's a nice tackle there by Heineman on the third base umpire. You know, Niner training camp just opened up. We might...
Yep.
The linebacker position already looks really good, but...
All right, so Duggar, who
2 outs already, huh?
If he does, you tell me, does he look thinner this season, or was?
Oh, he does.
He looks
too thin.
Yeah, that was the. Oh boy.
I mean, and that's how far you hit the ball when you look like that.
Yeah, when I first saw him, when they brought him up the other night. When he came first, I think it was last night maybe he first played, or it was the night before, I don't remember. But I looked at him and I was like, that guy looks like he's not well. I mean,
he looks sickly. He really does there. Yeah.
He wasn't a big guy to start with.
That was a pretty pathetic.
Yeah.
That was a pretty pathetic bottom of the second there.
Not winning any distance contests in that inning.
Absolutely.
All right, so we're at the catcher position.
Right.
I don't know. Catcher's a tough one. I feel like Buster Posey is a much better hitter in his heyday than Kurt Manwaring. Kurt Manwaring wasn't an All-Star, Rookie of the Year, MVP, any of that stuff. So I'm going to go with Posey as catcher.
All right.
Not Posey today though.
You might not like it because I'm still sticking it, but I can't go away from Kurt Manwaring. It's
there you
just
go. I love that guy
through and through.
That guy is definitely an all-time favorite for me too. But I will go with the Posey.
What about a starting pitcher?
Okay, now so something I was thinking about. Do you want to do like a full 5-man rotation?
Oh wow!
Who's your favorite 5 Giants starters?
All right, I definitely would throw the caveman up there. The caveman, Don Robinson.
Don Robinson.
I loved me some Don Robinson.
Okay.
Don Robinson is up there for sure. Um, I would love to say Jason Schmidt, but he defected to the Dodgers, so he is automatically off the list.
But he was no good. So I mean, he had a bunch of
You know
injury-plagued
what?
seasons. So I feel like that
He
gets him
made
off the
them.
hook.
He made them pay a bunch of money and then got injured and was just dreadful for them. So
Yeah.
actually, you might be right. Maybe it makes me like him even more. Geez, wow. 5. Don Robinson is definitely up there.
I like the Don Robinson pick.
I liked watching. Oh, I'll tell you who else is on there. Kruko.
Okay.
Not just for the announcing. I liked Kruko back when he was just actually pitching. Another guy I liked was Dave Dravecki.
Oh yeah.
Obviously, got the inspirational story behind it as well. Another guy I liked, Trevor Wilson.
Yep.
Trevor Wilson. Apparently, I just like the late '80s and early '90s, and that's about it.
I am sensing a theme.
I can throw in some William Van Landingham for you too.
Van launching pad, yes.
That ball just got absolutely crushed into the cove. I know it was foul, but
it's in the good part of the cove.
That was impressive. And one more. Yeah, I'll stick with Jason Schmidt as well. He was so much fun to watch as a Giant, and the shift works. He was so much fun to watch as a Giant, and then screwing the Dodgers over by getting injured. That's the icing on top of the cake.
Good call. All right, I'm going to go. Are you done with your pitching staff there? You got what?
That's my starting 5. They're probably not going to win very many games, but they're my favorite.
Okay. I'm going to definitely pick Jason Schmidt. I'm going to take Madison Bumgarner, even though he still plays.
Yeah, I probably should have included him.
I am going to go with, I might go with Russ Ortiz. That guy was steady and consistent, and when he was good,
he was.
And the fateful Game 6, but not his fault.
It was not his fault.
Oh, they got him.
Oh, this could be what a play.
Yeah, you're not going to get that from Mauricio
Great
Dubon.
Play by Solano after I slandered his defense at the beginning of the broadcast.
Yeah, I mean, he's been a lot steadier with the glove and throwing than Flores and Dubon have so far this season. So I don't mind seeing him at second, and that's pretty much exclusively where we saw him play last year.
Dubon should be a good defender.
Brandon Belt just watched it go right under his glove there.
That is Solano bailed Belt out right there.
Absolutely. Deep in the hole. I like it. So I'm going with Schmidt. I'm going with Ortiz. Bumgarner. I might fill the other two out with John Birkin and Bill Swift.
Can't go wrong with those two guys.
Yeah. I mean, I feel like I've got to go back to that era.
We've got a clean top of the third.
Clean top of the third. I think at some point we're going to get a board or something like that where we put some Nafy chickens up for every clean inning or something like that.
See how many we can get in a row.
Yeah.
Next season.
Yeah. So fantastic, a clean inning. All right, so the Giants have to try
to. Oh no, that's it. And so what about let's see. You can pick one reliever.
One reliever, Rob Nen.
One reliever.
I'm done. Rob Nen. Who do you got?
You know what I was going to say? It's between Nen and Rod Beck.
Shooter. That was the other one I was thinking of.
Yeah, it's between Nen and Rod Beck. I don't know.
You know what? I'm gonna go with Beck. If you want to go with Nen, I'll go with Beck because
you get two relievers. How about that?
You remember that game against the Dodgers that Beck came in the ninth, loaded the bases up. I think he walked the bases loaded, and then was able to get out of it without a run scored.
That's right. I remember that.
Amazing.
That was in a pennant chase too.
Yep, it was a crucial game, huge, and rest in peace, Rod Beck. But
you know what? Speaking about that kind of time and against the Dodgers, as far as catchers go, that Brian Johnson.
Oh yeah. Oh.
Walk off.
Yeah. That
to what was that to tie to tie the Dodgers in the standings
Yep.
that was a great one.
Then I think it was the next day we had Barry Bonds up walking on the dugout and everything in celebration. Or it was
Those were the
right
days.
after that, yeah.
Thinking back, like a later Barry Bonds, could you imagine a later on Barry Bonds doing something like that?
Right.
Like, no way.
He was just pumped not to be playing for the Pirates anymore.
Exactly, right? All right, what about greatest? Oh, no, we got one more. Favorite manager.
Favorite manager.
Don't say Dusty Baker too quickly there, Chris.
No, I can't go there.
No way.
I'll say this: if we're sticking with the '93 theme, he was the manager in '93. That was his first year. So
that's true.
I'm not going to go with Roger Craig. I'm going to go with Bruce Bochy.
That's a good one, but I'm going to go with Roger Craig.
Okay.
Roger Craig was
the hum
great.
baby.
He always looked like he was 100 years old. I don't know how old he actually was in the 80s, but he looked like he was 100.
Yep.
You see him like in the 2000s, he looked like he was 100. You looked like him when he played, he looked like he was 100. He's like,
so
born that way.
I guess for that answer, for the favorite manager, unless you're going to be a loser and say Gabe Kapler, you only have 4 choices, right? You have Roger Craig, Dusty Baker, Alou, and Bochy. That's it. There wasn't any other managers, was there?
Not in our lifetime. Yeah. Not in our lifetime.
And Alou's the only one that didn't make it to a World Series.
Yes. I wasn't a big fan of Alou as a manager.
Yeah. I mean,
he was okay. He was
serviceable.
Serviceable. Mediocre.
All right. Yastrzemski down in an 0-2 hole here.
Ooh. Nice one to lay off.
It's a good layoff. Good layoff. Good eye, as they would say back in the Little League days.
Good eye, yes.
So that's something we haven't talked about yet. We were the left side of the infield back in the day.
We sure were.
Yeah, that's right.
That was us.
That was us.
You couldn't mess with us.
Yeah, so Nick is the second baseman. I'm a first baseman. Only thing I think could have been better for me is if I was left-handed. First baseman's a tough spot to play if you're right-handed.
Yes. I didn't have the greatest arm in the universe, so second base was just right.
I remember some heaters coming at my ankles over the years.
It wasn't too bad. But I'd put it this way: it would have looked a lot worse if I was playing third base, trying to throw it all the way across the diamond.
Well, that was something that was tried with me a
nice
few times.
0-2 to a walk there.
I had a bit of a cannon, and but I just never played on the other side of the infield, and so they put me at third base for a while.
Wasting it over there.
And it's a lot harder to throw from the left side of the diamond over to first base. That's a long throw.
That's a long throw. You're making it even longer. All right, Dickerson, here we go.
So Yastrzemski is like a walk machine these days. He was 0-2 to walking.
0-2 to walk, yeah, nothing wrong with that.
That's how you get rallies going.
See if we get a little stolen base.
I like seeing them spit on that first pitch curveball. Yastrzemski does have was one stolen base already this season. Whew. Lyle's struggling to find the strike zone here. He's only at 36 pitches, which, I mean, he got through the second inning pretty quickly. So Smiley is definitely hurting on the pitch count compared to him.
I think it's because of, again, like we were saying, these guys are working incredibly slow.
Yeah. Not close.
He's missing.
Yeah, of course, now we can throw a strike.
All right.
All right.
Little rally going here.
So, yeah, the Giants scored 2 runs previously when he walked a pair. So, see what.
Chirano's out for the mound visit. See, but look, now you got the pitching coach is rocking the mask, not the neck gaiter. These are things that intrigue me.
Well, the coaches are under a different union, right? Are they covered by the MLBPA? I don't even know.
I highly doubt it.
Donovan Solano, a chance to come through here. Solano has already driven in 10 runs, 10 runs this year. All of last season with the Giants in 215 at bats, he only drove in 23, and 25 at bats this season, he's driven in 10.
Well, let's make it 13 right here.
Absolutely.
That's a strike.
That's a good first pitch.
That was a real nice first pitch, right on the corner.
Woo,
oh, it gets
there
away.
We go. There we go.
Everybody moving up a base. You know, Solano, not a lot of routine up there for Solano. He really just digs right in right away, doesn't he?
Right.
How about you? Did you have a little pre-at-bat routine you like to go through?
Yeah, you know, I gave it a couple wiggles, and then it was pretty simple. I didn't do the Jack Parkman.
You weren't exactly Nomar Garcia-Parra up there?
No. And I definitely didn't have the whole pre-at-bat ritual like Pablo said. Oh, there we go.
That a baby.
There we go.
Single to center, driving in 2.
You can't. Donovan Solano, man. Woo.
Solano, MVP.
Puts his average at 462, 12 runs batted in so far.
Have a season.
Top of the order coming through. Yes, Yastrzemski, Dickerson, Solano.
Just like we said, yep. Now it's the Belts and the Crawfords and Longorias of the world.
Yeah. The next 4 batters, Belt, Longoria, Sandoval, Crawford. Ugh.
There we go.
It's like watching like a time warp or something. It's like a whole different era of baseball here.
It's like 8 years ago. I wouldn't have mind having Evan Longoria 8 years ago.
Yeah, nobody would. It'd still be paying the same price for him too.
Exactly.
I think. Do you remember the 2008-2009 seasons at all?
Tough call. You have to refresh my memory on those ones.
Well, that was those teams were terrible, and it was obviously the sort of the lull after Bonds, I guess, were quote unquote retired.
But those post Bonds years, those were real bad teams.
They were tough, but it was a little bit of the feeling that I got, at least in 2009, was that there was some exciting young players in there that were coming up. The Pablo Sandoval being one of them. Who it's like, wow, they got some potential, and they really started getting the fans back that year too, because 2008 was not a good year for attendance.
Right.
But so they started getting a little bit of noise, a little bit of energy going through the fan base, and then 2010, it took them like half the season until they really got the fans to come out. But
right,
they went through a ridiculous streak after that year of just shutouts, just for years. Like, I think they shut out every game for 7 or 8 years after that, I think. And so it definitely built the dynasty. But yeah, the 2009 Giants. Let's see if I can come up with get a little look at the roster here. Talk about some of the least favorite teams.
Yeah, you look at some of those rosters for the Giants throughout the years, and they get pretty bad.
All right, so you got Benji Molina, the catcher. Travis Ishikawa was your first baseman.
Oh wow.
Rich Aurelia played some first base for him that season too, but
Was Aurelia still around then? Wow.
yep, that was his. Yeah, he only played. Was that when he came back?
Oh, it must have been, yeah.
Yeah, I think that was his second stint. Emmanuel Burris at second base.
Oh,
Really?
that's a tough call on Belt. I don't know about that.
So Brandon Belt continues the streak of either striking out or walking.
I suppose that's a tough call. Could go either way, but I feel like you got to be protecting that with two strikes.
That is a ball. I'm sorry, but
it probably is a ball, but it's real close.
2009 squad. Edgar Renteria was your shortstop. Pablo Sandoval third. Fred Lewis in left.
Fred Lewis. Ooh.
Nope.
That's a nice play by Elvis Andrus.
All right, runner in scoring position with one out. A hit for Longoria. Woo.
Longoria 2 for 2 tonight.
Yeah. What's interesting about that play is if he gets the guy at second base, then it's a fielder's choice, right? But because I don't know,
he probably would have had him, but he had to go for the double clutch.
Yep. So Sandoval, your third baseman. Fred Lewis was the left fielder. Aaron Rowand.
Oh.
Should we do a least favorite Giants list also?
Yeah, that might be pretty interesting.
Yeah, I think he would be my center field candidate.
You know what? That's tough because I think my two least favorite Giants ever might be center fielders.
Brett Butler and Aaron Rowand?
Oh, my three least favorite Giants ever might be center fielders. Brett Butler, Aaron Rowand, and Marvin Bernard.
Really? You're a Marvin Bernard hater?
I can't stand the guy. He would have the bad to mediocre seasons, and the Giants would re-sign him at big money. And
he got a big money contract at the end, that's for sure.
I gotta think the only thing I think is he knew something about Brian Sabian or one of the owners or something. He knew where the bodies were buried. That's the only thing I can think that he was making such big money.
I would take Gregor Blanco over him in a heartbeat.
Oh, yeah.
That's a good call.
Pablo Sandoval is just up there flailing, by the way. Just he does not have a plan at the plate. I mean, his plan is to basically swing as hard as he can at any pitch, regardless of where it is.
Which it has been since day one. In 2009.
Yeah, it used to work. It is not working anymore.
Woo. That's a DP.
And there's the double play.
Sandoval special. Very close at first. But yeah. Oh, oy vey. So yeah, Aaron Rowand and Randy Wynn. Say it,
but Sandoval and Pence says something's got to be figured out.
Well, yeah. So that's something we'll get to after here. We'll go through the rest of this. Juan Uribe was infield. Nate Shearholtz, outfielder. Eugenio Velez. That's another name from the past. Andres Torres. That was his first season with the Giants. Eli Whiteside, Rich Aurelia, we talked about it. Ryan Garco. Woo. Freddie Sanchez was the second baseman that year. John Bowker in the outfield. Matt Downs, who you saw for like 5 seconds. Kevin Franzen played a little bit. Jesus Guzman. This is all going down the list in terms of games played. It goes in order of most games played. So Buster Posey, of course, played in 7 games in 2009. Steve Holm. Okay, so they had Lincecum on that team.
Steve Holm, there's a name. Wow.
Lincecum, Matt Cain, Barry Zito, Jonathan Sanchez, and Randy Johnson was your pitching staff that year.
You know what? That is not a bad starting rotation.
Not at all. Not at all.
Jonathan Sanchez was one of my more favorite pitchers. In fact, he's up there for me.
Yep. Agreed. So Lincecum was 15-7 that year. Matt Cain was 14-8, probably one of his best seasons as the Giants. In fact, with the Giants.
What was Randy Johnson that year?
Randy Johnson was 8-6. Remember, he was he was injured a lot, and
and very old.
Yeah, he was very, very old. He was 45 that season.
Wow.
Yep. And Jonathan Sanchez,
Wow.
a young Jonathan Sanchez, was 8-12.
Yeah.
So that's not too bad. Brian Wilson was the closer. Here's your bullpen, Brandon Metters. You remember him?
I sure do.
Yeah. Bob Howry.
You know what? That one escapes me there.
Yeah. He threw 63 games for the Giants.
That one does not ring a bell.
He was a 35-year-old.
How many?
Let's see. 63 games he pitched in for the Giants.
Oh.
Was he on that? He could not have been on that team the whole year. Yep, he was with the Giants the entire season.
Wow.
Bob Howry. Not one I could have come up with on my own. Thank you, Baseball Reference. Who else? I kind of lost my spot here. Joe Martinez only threw in 9 games. Ryan Sadowski.
Boy. Yeah.
That's Madison Bumgarner's first season in the majors. He threw in 4 games, started 1. Age of 19. Wow. He was 19 years old.
That's right. Well, he was 20 playing in the World Series, right?
Yep. All right, so looking for a second straight clean inning here if we can get one. That would be helpful. That would probably close the book on Smiley. Maybe, I don't know. If he has another 1, 2, 3 inning, I'm sure he will actually qualify for a win in this one.
I think, I think you bring him out. I mean, let's see what happens here, but definitely not opposed to bringing him out for the 5th.
Right.
I like the cardboard cutouts of the dogs in the stands.
Yep.
Pretty cool. Hey, there's Roger Craig. All right.
Felipe Alou was in that shot also. Nice. Smiley out of the windup is completely different than Smiley out of the stretch.
Smiley is just fired tonight.
Yep. Smiley dealing.
Who would have thunk it?
3 1/3 so far. 3 hits, 2 earned runs, 2 walks, and 6 strikeouts through 3 1/3.
If not for that, he threw a lot of pitches in what was that, the second inning?
Yeah. The first inning was.
First and second, he threw a lot. He got out through the third real quick. That second, he was walking. Too many batters.
The Heinemans.
He's got a nice breaking ball, doesn't he, Smiley?
He does. Yeah.
Got a nice breaking ball. He throws it a lot.
He's throwing it on both sides of the plate too.
Good location, except for again for that second inning where he was bouncing him. There it is again. It's a nice pitch.
That's a nice
0-2 pitch.
Yeah.
What do you think his brother's saying to him right now?
Saying, "Here comes the fastball."
It's giving him some of that.
Yeah.
Giving him some of that Sandlot. Is that your sister out there in left field?
He did groove the fastball to him too. Oh, there we go.
Did.
You know what? Yaz didn't play a whole lot of center field last year, but I like him in center.
He's a good player. It's bizarre to think he's 29. I mean,
yeah, I know. It's unfortunate because you wish you could
get another. It is really unfortunate.
Wish you could get another 5 years out of him.
Yeah. By the time his career's ending, we might have finally started to turn it around and be seeing the Lucianos and the Barts and the Ramoses of the farm system.
I think this is an important season for the Giants to get through, in that obviously it's a 60-game season. Their odds of making the playoffs are not great. And so you're going to see them give guys looks that makes you just like want to just pull your hair out. Like, I don't know why we're seeing a whole lot of Belt. We're probably not going to see as much of Belt, Crawford, and Longoria as we're used to seeing. But especially since their days of being on the Giants are numbered.
Well, I think we know why we're seeing them. They're making so much money
Yeah,
that it's tough to pay these guys huge numbers and sit them down,
right.
right?
Which, I mean, that's the
Oh,
problem they had
another
with Aaron
strikeout.
Rowand. They had that problem with Hunter Pence. They've had this problem with a lot of players over the years.
But you're giving out these big, if you're giving out a big money to a superstar who's 26, 25, 27, that's fine. But paying big money when a guy's in his 30s, it doesn't work out. It
Agreed.
just doesn't work out. It never does. It's not just the Giants, it's any team. If you're paying huge money with long years to a guy in his 30s, it's going to end badly.
Uh huh.
Always going to end badly.
And I mean, they paid Crawford and Belt because of paid them right after the World Series run. They paid them.
Right.
It was sort of a, I don't know.
It was like a thank you.
Yeah, it was a
It's
thank
almost
you.
a thank you
And
for the 2012, 2014.
the Giants under Sabian, that was kind of their MO. That was they every year
Very
that they won the World Series, they would re-sign these guys to decent contracts, and for luckily it was only 1 year contracts, like the guys like
right.
Huff and others,
Ross.
but then they were just absolutely awful the next season. I mean, because they were
Right.
lucky that
And they
got lucky that they got what they did out of them for that 1 year, and
they're very sentimental, the Giants, right? They
right.
always have been. They're very sentimental, and it's like with Ross has a good postseason, so we got to give him a big giant contract.
Yep.
Pay him a lot of money. At least it was over a short period of time. Huff, he didn't have a great. His postseason was actually pretty bad in 2010, but
Yep.
he had an okay season. And so then they give him a whole lot of money, and it's just they don't look at this. Hey, these guys had lightning in a bottle for a 20-game postseason or something. But they just, whoever the fans get attached to, they seem to really reward those guys with big money.
Yep.
Here's one of them right now.
You're probably. I bet you and I are probably about the same in terms of how attached to Brandon Crawford we actually are. I don't feel like I've ever been that attached to that guy, to be honest.
I watched when he first came up. I think it was his first game. Didn't he hit that grand slam in Milwaukee?
Yep.
His first game. And I really liked him then. And I've really liked his defense. His defense this year so far has been absolutely terrible. But, he makes some great defensive plays. He really does. But the bat it's tough to watch. Like he doesn't look as bad as Pablo does, but he looks lost.
Yep.
He just looks like he doesn't belong up there right now. And that was true of pretty much all of last season too.
Yeah.
Whereas Pablo, at least last year, when he came back, he was hitting the ball quite well.
He had a good season. He was just, I mean, they're going with the story that they think he hits better when he's heavy, but he was much lighter last year and he had a good season. And so far this year is not the same on either end. But
if Crawford isn't going to give it to you with his defense, and he's going to keep hitting the way he has been over the last couple years, you can't justify keep putting him out there over and over. It's just a waste.
Well, I mean, you got to remember that they've got Belt and Crawford for one more full season, what I assume will be a full 162 game season next season, and
right.
So you can't just ignore them for this whole 60 game season. You have to do your maintenance on them to hope that you get something out of those contracts for the last year of them next year. But I'll bet.
But again, that's the problem with signing these guys to big contracts.
Absolutely.
You're not. It's what they did in 2012 and 2014 was great. But signing him to a big contract in 2015 or 2014, you got to look at what's going to be happening in 2019 and 20 and 21, you know. But that's what the Sabian Giants did. It was very emotional. It wasn't as, whereas Farhan, I like his approach. It's very just cut and dry. You know, it's what are you going to do for me right now?
Yep.
You know.
Yeah, that's the way baseball is going. I wish the Giants had done that a long time ago, but I mean they were winning World Series, and
hey, you can't take that away,
yeah,
right?
you can't fault them for getting sentimental about that and for trying to capitalize, especially from a ticket sales and whatnot and merchandising standpoint, the way they did, because they're not paying big money for this roster. That's for darn sure.
It did not work out baseball wise, but business wise for them, it worked out very, very well.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
The number of panda hats and giraffe hats and, you know, Brandon's t-shirts and all this stuff that they've sold, the tickets they've sold, all because of, you know, 10, 12, and 14, are huge. They have made a massive amount of money because of those 3 seasons.
Woo. Yeah, and unfortunately that all that mojo's gone now, and you got these leftovers that are like,
well, they're starting from scratch.
Yeah,
they're really starting from scratch because they had no farm system either.
For years they had no farm system.
So they had no farm system, and they had these aging guys in Belt and Longoria and Crawford and all stuff. So they were really starting from scratch.
Yep.
And to Farhan's credit, he found a few guys in Yaz, in Dickerson, drafted Bishop, and then even the trade to get Will Wilson, who they wanted to take in that draft anyway in the first round, managed getting him too.
Dubon
was a great pickup. I mean, a guy who was, I don't know, mid-20s. So, I mean, was old for a prospect, but he was blocked by Keston in Milwaukee. So to get him for, I forget who it was, Pomeranz, something like that.
It was Pomeranz.
Oh, that was a pretty ugly AB right there. Oh, that was just strike 2. That was just an ugly swing.
He bailed out of the batter's box, though. Looked like he was headed to the dugout. Yeah, I was about to say that. Yeah, Farhan, I absolutely love the creativity to get people into the farm system. You would never have seen that kind of creativity from Brian Sabian. You just see a terrible farm system. You'd see that continuing and not being able to he was chronically unable to stockpile any sort of talent in the farm system because he was always trading it away. And really questionable drafting. And it was just, I mean, how many pitching arms did they take high over the years that turned out to be absolutely nothing or got traded away and still ended up being absolutely nothing?
Well, when we were going through those trades, even last night, all of the prospects that they ended up trading away, I mean, none of them amounted to anything really.
Right.
I mean, the only one that you can really look at is the
Liriano.
The Liriano Joe Nathan trade. But I mean, Joe Nathan was established already, so Liriano was the only prospect there.
And Liriano took a long time to become anything because of injuries and whatnot. So.
Well, and then when he was great, I mean, he was really only great a couple seasons, and then the injuries came back.
Yeah.
But then again, I still would have taken a quarter of a season of Liriano over AJ Przinsky.
Absolutely. Yeah. Gosh, they were just so bad with catchers for a while that I don't know how they got so desperate to get AJ Przinsky.
Not a lot of great catchers in Giants history.
Nope. Some once great catchers. I mean, like Benito Santiago, like we were talking about, had a great career. Had
a great career, but by the time he got to the Giants, he was mighty old.
Right.
Even though, I mean, great season in 2002.
Molina was a pretty good catcher. I mean, he had some good offensive seasons. He was all right.
I think that's the thing. He was all right. Yeah,
right.
He was all right.
Mike Matheny was all right. Lance Johnson was all right. Had some huge at-bats, obviously. Randy, gosh, these guys are just...
Then again, I guess you don't get a lot of superstar catchers, do you?
No, which was the conversation that we really started with, I think, last night, was being weary about the fact that they're using high draft picks on catchers. is,
They just break down. They
yeah,
break down quickly. I mean, look at Posey. I mean, if he was a first baseman or anywhere but catcher, really, how long could he have sustained those 2012 numbers? You know,
right,
definitely longer than he did sitting in that squat 9 innings,
right.
158 games a season,
And they were always talking. There was always people that were talking about you should put him at first, you should put him at third, you should put him at somewhere, And
Anywhere.
he played some first base, but it was not. It was just to try to. You always had to worry about him. The day game after night game thing was like a non-starter for him every single time, pretty much for the
Right.
last several years. And I mean, to have a superstar type of player on your roster who you're going to only play 2 out of like 3 days is just not acceptable to me. You can't.
Right.
That can't be the best player on your roster.
No. That's the other thing. You can't have your best player. You shouldn't. You shouldn't have your best player be a catcher.
Right.
Right. If
Look
your
at
best player is your catcher, you're in trouble.
look at how many teams across the league now, especially, just you have a serviceable catcher and you spend your money elsewhere.
I think the thing about catcher, like I was saying last night, I mean, at least for me, if I'm running a baseball team, I want a great defensive catcher.
Absolutely.
I want a great defensive catcher and a guy that can call a great game.
Yep.
And then if he hits 220 with 10 bombs, that's outstanding.
Mm-hmm.
That's just extra. But if he's out there, can block pitches, can call a great game, good rapport with his pitchers, that's what you want from a catcher.
Absolutely.
Anything offensive wise, you stick him in the 9 hole, in the 8 hole, or whatever we're doing with this DH thing these days, and anything you get from him, great. But I mean, drafting, Bart, and then again this year, I mean, I don't know, what are you going to do with 2 first-round catchers? I mean, if the DH becomes a permanent thing, that solves it, I guess. Or if they plan on turning one of them into a first baseman, I don't know. But
They're gonna need one of those.
Farhan loves his catchers, that's for sure.
Well, I think catching depth is something that the Giants were severely lacking. I mean, Aramis Garcia is not a guy that's going to be on the roster for years to come. That's for sure. So he was like the only guy that they had, even on the 40-man roster, who was like anybody. So he's had to go out and find these guys, and he finds some good guys. I mean, these catchers are not Connor Joe. Brantley was kind of Connor Joe, but yeah, Heineman's not that bad. Trump is not bad. So, I mean, I'll take these guys for a season. This is what I wish the Giants kind of catching position kind of looked like every year. To be honest, it's like, yeah, guys that are going to play the position well, and I mean, we haven't seen enough of them to really say that, hey, these are great defensive catchers, but yeah, I would not mind seeing this be sort of the status quo for the catching position. Use your high draft picks and your dollars on your corner infielders. I mean, come on, let's get some real.
Oh, yeah. Let's get an outfield. I mean, it's been a long time since we've had an outfield.
The Giants haven't had an offense at all in a while, though. I mean, that's kind of the bottom line.
But I really wouldn't mind a first baseman. I feel like we haven't had a first baseman in.
Well,
Will Clark?
We've had a first baseman for a long time, and JT Snow was the first baseman for a while. But yeah, an offensive, like a guy that, like, in the modern MLB game, you have to have a first baseman that is going to hit the ball out of the ballpark. Yeah, and they haven't had that in a long, long time, since 1993. So 27 years it's been since. I mean,
with this juiced baseball they're using nowadays, right? I mean, I don't know. I feel like your first baseman's got to be hitting.
Yeah.
30 homers minimum.
Oh, great.
Let's see if the Rangers know how to execute a pickle. Yes,
they did it. They did it in 2 throws. There you go.
That's the fewer throws, the better.
Yeah. Oh boy!
All right, so let's tackle a greatest Giants roster.
Okay, a greatest Giants. See, I'm not claiming to be an encyclopedia of San Francisco Giants knowledge, especially further you go back.
No, I'm talking about Giants. The Giants as a as a franchise. We can go back to New York as
Oh,
well.
oh yeah. I mean, like I don't know every player that ever played at every position, so I might struggle with this a little bit, but I can definitely say that center field is going to be Willie Mays.
Without a doubt.
First base. I'm going with Willie Mack for first
See,
base.
left field and center field are locks, right? You can't
Yes.
argue.
Oh
You've
yeah,
got
yeah.
two of the five greatest players of all time.
You get. I mean, I think you have to kind of go with all of the Hall of Famers, don't you?
Bonds in left and Bonds in left. Obviously, Willie Mays in right, and I don't think you can at all say. I don't. You can't argue at all with that Mel Ott is the right fielder as well. I mean, that's a Hall of Fame,
Yep.
unbelievable outfield, right? So I think that's your outfield: Ott, Bonds, Mays. First base, yeah. Um, First base is maybe a little tougher.
I'm not sure that you can say Will Clark on this one because Will Clark was not a Giant long enough.
I think that's the thing as well, is that my heart just wants to say Will Clark.
Yeah.
And it's obviously just not true, you know. I think that it's either Orlando Cepeda or Willie McCovey.
That's a great call. Willie McCovey didn't play his entire career with the Giants either. I mean, not that Cepeda did, but
right. No, that's a tough one. It would be interesting to look at their numbers actually side by side.
In time with the Giants or just overall? I mean, it's going to be really hard to pick out these.
Just overall.
All right, let's see. On Baseball Reference, you hover over all-time greats, and Roger Clemens is the first name that comes up.
Oh boy, I don't know about that.
Yeah, that's interesting. All right, Orlando Cepeda. Let's look. There we go. So yeah.
All right. You know what? It's Willie McCovey.
Yeah. 379 career home runs for Cepeda. But yeah, he played his first, what's his 8 seasons with the Giants?
Wow, McCovey leads San Francisco players in games, home runs, RBIs. He's got the NL record with 18 career grand slams. Huh, it's a good little bit of knowledge right there. 18. Yeah, no, it's Willie McCovey over there. Definitely. We got a finger issue.
Probably a blister or something, it looks like.
It's probably those curveballs he's throwing.
It's darn curves. Yeah, he is throwing a lot of breaking balls.
This would be a real bummer. He's Smiley's looked real good out there,
especially the last couple innings.
Yeah, locating the breaking stuff a lot better. The trainer's rocking the mask. Kapler's got the mask. They really saved the gates for the players. It's a players only.
That's how you sell the merch. Yeah, if it's a pitching hand thing, I think there's no way he continues. They might just be humoring him here with like a practice throw or something maybe, but they can't let him continue.
He's done.
How about Smiley wearing number 18?
Yeah.
Now
the ball's on him.
I've seen a lot of like social media posts and everything that we're talking about that early on actually about nobody should be allowed to have Matt Cain's number.
Oh, come
on. And I'm
on.
like, are you kidding me? does anybody know who Matt Cain even is? I mean, have you seen his numbers? The guy
That's a
is,
lot of 2010
oh
Giant
yeah.
fan talk, right?
Oh,
That's
absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah. There's no way in heck that Matt Cain's number is retirement, like retirement material. I'm sorry. It's just
no.
not.
I imagine the next one they'll retire is Posey.
Oh, geez. Really?
I mean, I wouldn't again, but I don't. The
For what?
there's
I
so
mean, it's
much
the same thing. It's like you could probably make a better case that Matt Cain should be retired than.
there's so much sentimental value there. The one that probably they should is Madison Bumgarner. I mean,
I don't know, man.
to
Lincecum's got
put a
the
team
hardware.
on your back and win a World Series.
Lincecum is the only one of those three that had the hardware. And I think that's kind of important. But yeah, Bumgarner and Kane at the end of the day put much more of a career together in terms of like longevity.
Oh yeah,
big time. But they didn't win any Cy Youngs, and
nope. But that Mad Bum wasn't a regular season guy.
well, he definitely is. Yeah, gonna go if he makes it to the Hall of Fame, which I mean it remains to be seen, obviously, but it's gonna be almost purely because of the postseason just insaneness. So
Oh, absolutely. I mean, what he did in 2014 was outstanding. I
yeah,
mean, just mind blowing.
legendary.
Absolutely. All right. I think the greatest second baseman of all time for the Giants might be, you could argue, you'd probably be wrong, but you could argue was the greatest second baseman ever. I mean, you can't say anyone other than Jeff Kent for the Giants, right? I mean, from an offensive standpoint, he's got the greatest offensive numbers for a second baseman ever.
Yep, I think you absolutely have to go with Jeff Kent.
I think you have to go with Jeff Kent. I wouldn't take him as my all-time second baseman, but for an all-time Giants second baseman, yeah, Jeff Kent. Shortstop is tough because I feel like, well, not feel like, it just is. The Giants do not historically have a lot of good shortstops.
True.
So for me, look it up, but I believe his name was Travis Jackson.
Okay.
Of the old New York Giants, but I think that is probably your best shortstop in Giants history. Played in the Giant, he was a career Giant, I believe in the late teens or early 20s.
All right.
But that was about as good as it got as a Giant shortstop.
So there is a post on MLB.com from April 21st of this year by Maria Guardado, who did she did a article on this very topic on it's like all-time best Giants, like every positions pretty much. And she did a poll on Twitter, which you automatically know is going to be extremely biased towards modern players of the top.
Oh, it's just whoever. It's Brandon Crawford then. Right?
So yeah, Brandon Crawford 62.8% on Giants best Giants shortstop in Giants history. Second was Rich Aurelia 24.6. Travis Jackson was number 3 at 7.5, which is probably all the people who even know who he is. And then George Davis at 5.1. I don't know who George Davis is. So again, this is where my knowledge really falters here.
I think George Davis would be even earlier than Travis Jackson. I think
Travis Jackson, 1922 to 1936, was inducted into the Hall of Fame in 1982. So he's a Hall of Famer.
Did he play his whole career with the Giants?
I'm not sure on that. Spent his entire 15-year career with the New York Giants, batting .291 with 1,326 games played at shortstop, the most of any player in franchise history. In 1934, he was selected as National League starting shortstop in the second All-Star game, the second ever All-Star game. He batted over 306 seasons and crushed a career-high 21 homers and 29. So even I mean, historically, the shortstop position is not a big juggernaut of a offensive position. So to say that
No.
this guy is a Hall of Famer, he hit 21 home runs, was the most he ever hit. And this is in an era where people just weren't hitting home runs. So
I was going to say 21 home runs, though, back then. That is a big, big season.
so yeah, so her ranking of the top shortstops, he was number 1. Travis Jackson is her ranking. So I'll give, and then George Davis
Hey, go
was
me.
second. What just happened? We got a pitching change, obviously. Sean Anderson coming in. So
Yeah, Smiley.
George Davis was 1893 to 1901, and also the 1903 season, if you remember that 1903 season. So acquired from the
Was a nail
Cleveland
biter.
Spiders in exchange for Hall of Famer Buck Ewing in 1893. George Davis thrived during. Can you even imagine Major League Baseball in the 1800s? My goodness.
Yep.
So yeah, so this guy was.
All right, so Travis Jackson takes our
Yeah,
shortstop position.
I'll go with that one. Because again, I don't know any of the. Art Fletcher was another one. 1909 to 1920 was the fourth. Put Rich Aurelia at number 5.
Geez, that's not very good. I mean, I like Rich Aurelia, but if he's your 5th best of all time, that's.
Chris Spire got a honorable mention.
All right.
Yeah, there you go. Okay, so there you go. So now let's go to the third base position.
That seems, unless I'm forgetting somebody,
I don't think you can
Matt
go with
Williams.
if you go with
should
Matt Williams, they just
definitely
never have
be.
had very good third basemen. Because Matt Williams was not that great when he was with the Giants until the 90s.
He had a couple of, I mean, big season in 93, big season in 94.
Yep. And then
But again,
a lot of hurt after that. But
not a good, no, not a good overall position.
so
But
yeah, I don't know who else you go with after that. I mean, because there's like nobody in the modern era of baseball that has been any good at third base for the Giants for any amount of time. So I think you have to go with Matt Williams.
it's Matt. Yeah, it's Matt Williams.
Which it's just so. I mean, and obviously, I think I will say this. I think Matt Williams was part of probably one of the biggest trades in San Francisco Giants history. San Francisco, at least. I don't know
Absolutely.
about New York, but yeah, that trade. When he was traded to the Indians, that was a game changer for this
It was.
this
Ooh,
team, and
hanging breaking ball.
and really kind of sort of shaped the franchise for the next several years. So
Absolutely. No, that worked out being a wonderful trade for the Giants.
everybody wanted Sabian's head at the time, and for years after that, I feel like. But I think in time it definitely became pretty obvious that worked pretty well to their advantage. I'm losing you here a
Two
little.
biggest Sabian wins.
Yeah.
And lucking out on blocking the Padres by picking up Cody Ross.
Yeah. That was. I don't think. Yeah, it's like they wouldn't.
They had no intention of using him.
Right, and look at what ends up happening. They win the World Series with him. I mean, that's a great story. And yeah, I mean, what was like the last day of the waiver trading line?
That's right.
I think, yeah. So it was.
Well,
he would not have been eligible
because
for the
Padres
postseason.
were ahead. Padres were ahead at the in the standings at that point. Padres wanted him.
Yep.
Giants just didn't want him to go there, so put in the claim to block San Diego, and next thing you know, he's hitting 2 homers off Roy Halladay.
How crazy is it to think that 10 years ago, the Giants and the Padres were at the top of the NL West?
Yeah, pretty crazy. The Padres, there we go. Let's turn 2. 6, 4, 3. All right.
Very nice. That might be like their second double play turn to the season. That can't be right.
It's been few and far between. The catcher position's probably pretty easy too, right? Again, Giants, as we said before, haven't had a lot of great catchers. So, I mean,
Bob Brenly.
Probably got to be Posey. He's got 3 World Series, an MVP, a batting title.
Yeah.
he's caught what? Did he catch the perfect game? He caught Kane's perfect game, right?
Oh yeah.
Caught Lincecum's no hitters.
So in this Twitter post, Buck Ewing, Roger Bresnahan, and Tom Haller are the other.
Tom Haller. It's a good name.
Yeah. Buck Ewing, playing with the Giants from 1883 to 1889 and 1891 to 1892.
And here we are debating about him in 2020.
Yeah, so that's how far back the second best catcher in the San Francisco Giants, in Giants franchise hit. All the other ones, except for Tom Haller, are like early 1900s in the first 20 years.
Buck Ewing with a career 306 average?
Yeah. Isn't that crazy? 146
hey,
OPS plus.
Not bad. Took the Giants to the NL pennants in 1888 and 1889.
Yeah, you're reading the same thing I am now. And then I've never heard of this Bresnahan guy.
Yeah,
these are Hall of Famers. I
found your article after you said that.
Yeah, these Buck Ewing and Bresnahan are both Hall of Famers.
Yeah. And then let's see. That's Bonds in left, Mays in center, Ott in
right field.
Right.
Yeah, I think that's hands down. That's a no-brainer.
McCovey at first. Jackson at second.
Jeff Kent.
Kent at second. Yeah. Jackson at short. Williams at third.
Yep.
Wow, that's pretty amazing to think that Williams
Posey
was
behind
third.
the plate.
Posey behind the plate.
So pitchers, obviously, you got to include your Hall of Famers. You got Gaylord Perry.
Pitcher, I think is easy.
Marichal.
Christy Mathewson. Christy Mathewson, who had the greatest World Series of all time. And I believe it was 1905. The 1905 World Series where he threw 3 complete game shutouts.
Wow.
I think it was 1905 because 1904 there was no World Series because the Giants refused to play. And then the second World Series was 1905, is that right? Yes. 1905 World Series. The second World Series played. And Christy Mathewson threw 3 complete game shutouts.
Wow.
That's why when everybody wants to tell me about Madison Bumgarner had the greatest postseason of all time, I'm like, go look up the 1905 World Series real quick.
Yeah, that was back in the days when these pitchers were throwing complete games pretty much consistently, and they were pitching every other or every third day.
It's amazing, isn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, but these guys didn't get injured. They just went out there and threw complete games.
They weren't throwing 100 miles an hour either.
That's true. Well, you had some guys that could get it up there, but yeah, it's a lot different. They're a lot bigger nowadays, right?
A lot more engineered.
But I mean, those guys like, Bob Gibson.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, you just go out there. I mean, they'd throw and throw and throw. And it was nasty stuff.
Carl Hubble.
It's a good one, too. Yep, Carl Hubble. Great pitcher.
Juan Marichal, Gaylord Perry.
Yeah, I think if you were limiting it to just San Francisco Giants, then it would obviously be Juan Marichal.
And then Madison Bumgarner, I think.
So that's pretty interesting. So if you're out of that, how many are New York Giants?
Mathewson is Carl Hubble.
Mathewson and Jackson.
Yeah.
3.
Johnny Antonelli.
Oh, boy.
That's a San Francisco area.
3 New York, 6 San Francisco.
Yep. Joe McGinty. It's another one this website here is talking about. Larry Jansen. I don't know. I my knowledge again is not too good in the late 1800s to early 1900s. I probably know the Chicago White Sox roster better than the Giants. Sean Anderson, by the way, getting back to this, to what actually is going on right now. Uh, it's been kind of hot and cold this season. He's had some real dominant innings and a couple of not so great ones.
Ooh, he hung one right there. He
Yeah,
got away with it.
that was fat.
He got away with it.
So, how many? I mean, this here's the Giants playing the Texas Rangers. How many people even remember that the Giants played the Texas Rangers in the 2010 World Series?
We sure did.
I mean, this
You
look what
remember
these two
do
teams
you
are
remember
now.
do you remember the hype for the game one pitching matchup of that?
Oh yeah,
The Tim Lincecum, Cliff Lee,
Cliff Lee was untouchable those days.
and then he got crushed. Although that was like
Cody Ross, like single-handedly.
but they did that again in 2012, right?
Yep,
I mean, they
yep.
went into the World Series and everybody all they talked about was Verlander,
Scherzer.
and then Pablo went in there and just went,
Yeah,
went crazy.
they handled those guys.
They really did. That was a nice World Series. I like that one. Just sweep, no torture, just nice and easy.
Yeah, I didn't see a sweep coming, but it was. But once they started playing, like game one, game two, it's like wow, they are just rolling these guys.
Yeah. And especially with how they got there, right? I mean, the NLDS where they were down 0-2 to Cincinnati, the NLCS they were down 1-3 to St. Louis.
Absolutely. So we are in the top of the fifth, and we are already an hour and 50 minutes into this game.
It's going to be a long one.
Yeah, this is the major. I mean, this is what's going on in Major League Baseball. They can try to change the pitching rules and stuff like that all they want. It's not speeding the game up.
No.
There's only so much you can do to speed up the game of baseball, and I kind of think every effort after this point is it's just not worth it.
It's not a quick game.
No, it doesn't need to be. I mean, some of these games get late into the night, especially if you're like me. You're a East Coast fan. It's like I can't watch these guys at night a lot of the times unless I'm off the next day or I work a night shift or something. But it's not. I mean, there's Giants fans all across the country too, so that's got to be kind of a bummer. But it's not a game that's going to go any faster, and especially if a lot of games end up going extra innings, which seems to be kind of on the rise, which I think is why they instituted this whole let's put a runner at second base thing. So I don't know. They can try to put the pitchers on a clock or something like that. I don't think it's going to make that much of a difference.
I think that if you do want to speed it up, that is realistically the thing you can do.
That's the right? I would
You
say they
put a
should
pitch
undo
clock on
other
because
things.
Look at these two starting pitchers tonight. I mean, these guys are taking a huge amount of time. We're taking a huge amount of time between pitches. So if you want to speed it up, that's the thing to do. You put a pitch clock out.
Right. Well, remember the first thing that they really did to speed things up was they put the restrictions on the batters. Of you can't walk away from the batter's box. You have to, you just have to get in there. You have so long after you're announced that you have to get up there and stuff like that. That was the first move that they really made. And now it's like, you got to do something with the pitchers. I think that's definitely the move. And I didn't like the whole, I don't mind them putting a timer on in between innings. But I think the amount of change throughout the course of an entire game is maybe 4-5 minutes with how much time they shaved off. I don't feel that that's really meaningful. I mean,
it's weird to focus on anyone other than the pitcher. The pitcher is the one that controls the pace of the game.
Right. And I think they're worried that it's going to get that much harder to pitch if they can't take their time. But that is the thing that grinds these games to a halt and just makes it boring, especially if it's the New York Yankees, because they're like the ultimate offender of this for years now. Just having some of the guys that take just the ridiculous amount of time, especially in like the Mariano Rivera era. My gosh, that guy would take forever to get rid of the ball.
Right. So I mean, it's either you either put a pitch clock out there or you just say, you know, the length of the game is going to be what it is.
Yep, and
But limiting mound visits and a three batter minimum, like I mean, you're saving, like you said, you're saving 5 minutes, 6 minutes.
how long has
Nobody
the mound
cares.
visits thing even been a thing? 3-4 years now. Has there been a
I thought it
single
was
game that's ever been in jeopardy of having like running out of mound visits?
no. Well, I think the only thing it was to stop was, if you remember, they'd come out because you could come out for a visit
Yep.
and then you could come out again, but the second time you had to make a change.
Right.
So they'd come out for a visit, visit for a minute, minute and a half until the umpire broke it up, walk back to the dugout, then turn right around, walk back to the mound, and then make the change.
Yeah. Well, and then catchers count too now. So you get catchers that kept running out to the mound to have a little conference with everybody, and that doesn't count as an official visit. So, oh, nice.
That's a great pitch right on the corner.
Barrigar, whatever the heck, however we're pronouncing his name. He looks like he's all right.
Great pitch right on the corner. But yeah, I mean, instituting these silly rules it's not going to do anything.
Right. They're doing like everything in their power to avoid the one change they could make that would make a ton of difference. And
exactly.
the other one that I think that is obvious is the replay. The replay doesn't need to take anywhere near as long as it takes. I think we have to walk over to the behind home plate, get the headsets on, call New York, wait for them to answer, sit there doing gosh knows what for like minutes, and then take the things off. And we still, as fans at least, don't get a good explanation for what the call is, because it's really cryptic if it's like overturned or if it's upheld or if it's confirmed and all that stuff like that. I think that process takes forever, and the announcers are able, just with their own stuff, their own footage, to get better, like get real-time, immediate replays of this stuff. And why? Right. So why can't it just be done on the stadium level? Why can't you have somebody in like the score box, the scorekeeper's box or whatever it is, that can make those calls?
Well, they do this in all these sports, and I don't understand. Like in hockey, they call Toronto, right? Baseball, they're calling New York. Even in the English Premiership, they're calling a centralized place. I feel like you have to have a guy that's in the flow of the game, that's there and is seeing this stuff and knowing what's going on in that flow of the game, and they have a much better idea of doing that. And I just don't see why all these sports don't put a guy there. And the NHL used to. The NHL,
Oh yeah, it used to be done like at the scorekeeper's table.
Right. It was done right there.
But I might say that the NHL probably has had a form of replay longer than any other major sport has too.
Yeah, and they had it right, and then they screwed it up.
Yeah.
It was bizarre. The NHL was good with replay, and then they screwed it up. I mean, MLB and NFL, like no matter what they do, they can't get replay right,
Oh, whoa. Moving the wrong one here. Skype keeps changing the resolution that you're coming in at, so I have to keep kind of moving you around here to fit in the box. There we go.
It's good to fit in the box.
Yeah. So yeah, the replay thing, it doesn't, man, I think college football is doing something where like the replay can be called from New York or something like that, or NFL's doing that or something. Well,
college football does it right. They've got a guy, and it's not up to the official. They've got a guy just watching a TV, and then he tells the referee what the call is.
The booth review is, in my opinion, something that needs to be happening in all of these sports.
I think the other big thing about reviews across sports is that they should have a time limit. If you can't tell in a certain amount of time, then the call is just what it is. It just
Yeah.
stays the same. Like if you need to be slowing it down to the, and checking every minute detail, and you're going frame by frame from 27 different camera angles, and I think replay is made for obvious mistakes, right?
Yes. Yes.
It's like you can watch it one, two, maybe three times and just say, oh, he was out, he was safe. That was obviously this. If you've got to be up there 5, 6, 7 minutes looking at this stuff, then just leave it alone. You should have a 30-second or 1 minute uh, time that you can look at it. And if you can't change the call by then, or you're not sure one way or the other, then the call just stays the same.
Agreed. Definitely agree with you on that.
See if we can get some offense going here.
That would be nice.
It was nothing but base runners in the first couple innings, and we have not seen many of them in innings 3, 4, 5.
Right. Yastrzemski was just retired for the first time tonight. And now Dickerson, who is not allowed to face left-handed hitter. Oh, I know. I was just saying he's apparently they just don't want him facing lefties.
He's just not allowed to hit a left-handed pitcher.
It's ridiculous. But yeah, so he gets lifted for Slater, and at least it's Slater that they lifted him for.
Correct. Yeah, Slater's another guy that's good to see out there.
I've liked him for a few years now, and he's had issues. He's got this new swing now and everything, and it seems to kind of be coming together for him. I mean, heck, even Nate Scherholtz looked like an amazing player for stretches of time, though. So we'll have to see how this looks over time. Yeah, everybody's wearing the Gators out there.
They're team issued right now. I think you're right. They saw it as a little way to make a little money right there, and
yeah, there's not many other ways to make money
because they were all rocking the masks. And I saw something interesting this morning with in typical Manfred fashion, they were he was talking out both sides of his mouth. But they were saying, it was a nice
base knock. I like nice
it. He said that came out that they were talking to their sponsorship partners that the season may have to be canceled on Monday.
Right.
And so they asked him about it, and it was it's really bad what's happening and all these outbreaks and stuff. Gets asked a little bit later in the day, and it's there's no way we're quitting. We're not here to quit. We're playing through this no matter what. I guarantee you're not playing through it no matter what. I mean, if one more team goes down, then you've already got you got 3 teams now that can't play.
Yeah, that's a lot of games being missed.
Miami, Philadelphia, now St. Louis.
Oh, nice play. That's too bad too, because Solano is the offense right now. He's the right single-handed reason we have a lead right now. Let's see if Brandon Belt can get himself a batting average here with a runner on.
I got my money on a walk or a strikeout.
So yeah, 1 for 1 with a walk and a strikeout. He's what does that make it? 3 strikeouts and 4 walks, or 3 strikeouts and 6 walks. This, I don't know, something like that this season.
Oh,
that is not a walk.
He's out. Whew. But it's not a walk.
That was some solid contact.
Solid contact, yep. That was always a bad feeling, making great contact with the ball, but you hit it right at somebody.
Yeah, and Belt has definitely been fallen victim to triples alley several times in his career too.
Yeah, that was always a bad feeling.
All right, so Giants with 4 runs on 4 hits. They're not exactly hitting the cover off the ball, but they have managed to walk 5 times tonight and only struck out once. So thank you, Mr. Brandon Belt. But yeah, got to be pretty happy about that.
No, we're seeing a different Giant team tonight. Where the pitching has been good. The offense started off great in
Yep.
innings 1 and 2, but has severely slowed down here in 3 through 5. But hey, 2-run lead, chance to get over 500, which is exactly what they need to do and start to win some games, especially against these games against Texas, right? Because when you're playing the West with these kind of schedules, you're not going to have a lot of easy
Oh,
games.
right. Yeah.
You got to play lots against the Dodgers, the Padres, the Rockies, the A's, the
Diamondbacks.
Angels. Even the Mariners don't look bad. The Astros banging trash cans down there in Houston.
Yeah.
Um, they all the games are tough. So these games against Texas, they really got to take advantage, and so far they are.
Yeah. I would say that I don't know who's got it tougher. If it's one of these teams that are in either of the Western divisions, or the Eastern divisions are really stinking tough. Also, you've got obviously in the AL East, you got the Yankees, Red Sox, Blue Jays are decent, and I mean you got some good teams. That the Red Sox are not going to be that great this season, but
No,
the
Atlanta.
Atlanta, they're really good.
Atlanta's got a lot of good players. The Mets should be,
they they didn't look too good on
they
that
should
14-1 drubbing they took against the
they're
Braves the other day. But
they're 3-6 right now, but they've got a decent-ish roster. I think that if you want to be put, if you could be, put wherever you want, I think you would definitely take the Central.
yeah,
Um, I think probably Minnesota's a real good team.
mm-hmm.
Cleveland looks okay. They got rid of a lot of their
The White Sox aren't
good
that bad this
guys.
year either.
Chicago's coming up. They're not there yet, though,
Right, they're
right?
they're
So many of
rising.
their guys are still too young. Robert, Moncada, they're going to be real, real, real good in, next year maybe or 2 years. They're
Yep.
going to be unstoppable. They're probably a 500, a little bit above 500 team for right now.
Mm-hmm.
KC's terrible.
Right.
The Cardinals aren't very
Cleveland's
good.
Cleveland's 5-4 to start the season.
Yeah, I
Um,
think that
by the way, I just watched. I don't know why I did it. I think it was on one of the streaming services the other night. I watched Major League 2 again, which oh
what
man,
a great movie.
it just brings back so many good memories. Major
What
leagues.
a great movie.
I could watch those over and over. The the second one is terrible compared to the first one. They just get progressively worse. But yeah, memorable, just all time great movies, especially
The
baseball
fir-
movies.
the first one is just, I mean, classic baseball movie, right? I mean, I think, at least for me, the best baseball movie, Major League One. Major League Two is pretty good, and then it goes. So, I mean, it definitely steps down for Major League Two, and then you take a severe drop when we talk about whatever they called it, Major League Back to the Minors or
Right.
whatever that nonsense was.
Yeah, Major League 2 I think was like Major League 1 was a kind of a drama, really. It wasn't even really it had some humor in it, but that was not the focus. And Major League 2 was just like joke after joke after joke. And
Right.
so it definitely suffered from that, but it was still the same characters except for Wesley Snipes not being Willie Mays Hayes. But yeah, the first one was a fantastic movie and probably the best baseball drama that you're going to find anywhere. Talk about a best of list.
Oh, swinging at ball four right there. We'll take it.
These Rangers are hacking.
They came to swing the bat.
Yep. That's the ninth
Yeah,
strikeout of the evening.
Talking best baseball movies. That's a nice Mount Rushmore list to come up with.
Yeah, that one it's kind of been beaten to death, but it's everybody has very different takes on it. You'll get
Yeah.
some people that will say that Bull Durham's the best baseball movie ever. It's like, really, Bull
I,
Durham?
I think Bull Durham would be on my Mount Rushmore of
Oh
baseball
yeah,
movies.
definitely it's on the Mount Rushmore.
And you get the one that people always want to say. And for me, it's just not. It's not a bad movie, but it's just not on my Mount Rushmore is The Natural.
Right. Yeah.
People love The Natural, and it's okay. It's a good movie,
The
but
net.
like, I don't think it's Bull Durham. It's not Major League.
It's
It's not Field of
very.
Dreams.
It's very fantasy type of thing. It's like
Yes.
it's a comic book. Is basically what it is. But it's
Yeah.
plus it has Robert Redford. I think is a vastly overrated actor. But uh, but yeah, it was. It's a good movie, but
It is. It's a good movie, but
yeah, it's not a it's a strange movie. There's some parts of that movie
it's
that I
not.
really like. The music for first and foremost is pretty memorable, but
Yeah.
but yeah, not the over. That was written. You know the music to that was written by Randy Newman, who of all
He
like
did the Major League songs or
yeah
the Major League
yeah
music as well.
yeah Mr. Toy Story. You got a friend in me right there.
Yep.
But yeah, the natural not on my list. Field of Dreams, if you can call it a baseball movie, it's not really a baseball movie in the same way that Bull Durham or Major League are a baseball movie, but it's a good baseball movie.
I
It's
feel like
good.
Field of Dreams is just like a yeah. I mean, it's classic. There's some classic lines in it. Like the James Earl Ray or the James Earl Jones. Sorry, James Earl Ray. The James the his speech at the end. About what baseball
Oh,
is to America and
absolutely
stuff.
great.
Is that's great. In fact, I think they put that quote up on
That's like at the begin. They play that like at the beginning of like every Giants broadcast on KMBR, I think.
yeah, and when you walk into Pac Bell, I think it's written up there, or at
Yep,
least it used to be, or AT&T or Oracle or
SBC.
whatever you want to call it. It started off as Pac Bell. It'll always
Yes,
be Pac Bell to me.
absolutely. The
I
bell.
remember the SBC. That was very short lived.
Yep. Ugh.
Yeah, well, I don't know. I think it would be what else?
What other for love of the game?
That's another one that people really want to put there. And I'm sorry, I can't get behind that. It's just Kevin Costner in like a love movie. Like
Yeah. Well, what's she just passed away too?
that's a nice at bat right there.
A couple weeks ago, I think they just announced that she was married to John Travolta. She just
Oh, was
passed
that
away.
her?
Yep, that was her.
I believe I've only seen that movie twice.
It's okay.
I don't
It's
know.
it's 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 kind of lame, but
Yeah, it was honestly it was kind of lame, but people put it up there in their like top four, and
well,
I
it's a
don't know.
Kevin Costner baseball movie, and who else has done that many baseball movies? I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. I think my Mount Rushmore would have to be Major League, Bull Durham, probably Field of Dreams, and then this one you might not know, but when I was a kid, it was my absolute favorite
I think I know
movie
where you're going with this.
was Tiger Town.
Yeah, Tiger Town. How about the Sandlot?
Oh, you're right. The Sandlot has to be in there. All right, take off Field of Dreams then.
Okay. Oh wow, you're taking Field of Dreams off for the Sandlot. Okay.
I'd go Major League, Bull Durham, Sandlot, Tiger Town.
Okay.
I think. Yeah, you're right. Sandlot has to be in there. Major League has to be in there. And then your other two you can be up for grabs.
Yeah. How about Rookie of the Year?
Rookie of the Year. Angels in the outfield.
Oh gosh. Tony Danza, your starting first baseman, everybody.
See,
Oh, no,
but
he's a pitcher. He's a pitcher. Sorry.
I could never get behind those kind of movies because it's like even though I'm a kid, I'm sitting there and I think that's the thing is when you're actually play the game, you're sitting there and you're watching it and you're just like, nice 5-4-3 double play right there.
Two double plays
You're
in one
watching it
game.
and you're like sitting there thinking, Angels can't pick these guys up and catch that ball like that. No one can make that dive and make that play. Get out of here.
Yeah, Rookie of the Year. Rookie of the Year has some
That's a
great
good
stuff in
movie.
it. It's a good movie.
There's some
The
good quotes out
Daniel
of it.
Stearns is just hilarious, and even Gary
Yeah.
Busey is decent in that movie.
Yeah.
And John Candy. I mean, come on.
Yeah. Daniel Stern in that movie when they're playing the last game and he's locked in the closet or whatever that
Yep.
is. and he's
Gary,
shaking the.
sorry, Gary Busey was not. Was it? No, he was the pitching
No,
coach.
he
That's
was
right.
in it.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was in it. He was the pitcher, like
Yep.
the too old pitcher that
Deal
turned
from
into
the
the
have to.
Deal from the have to.
Yeah.
Uh,
How about Little Big League? That
Lou
movie.
Collins.
That movie's not very good, but yeah.
You know what? You know what is a good list to make? The all-time team of baseball movie players.
Ooh. Okay. Base players from baseball movies.
Yeah.
Oh man.
That would be an interesting list.
Because they're not.
Wow.
Most of them are like severe underdogs in these movies too. So they're not like Hall of Famers. And Pride of the Yankees. How about that whole team is pretty much your best team? But have you seen 8 Men Out?
Yes.
I think 8 Men Out is a very underrated baseball movie. By the
8
way,
Men Out is a very good.
And look at the people that are in that movie. Everybody's in that movie.
Yeah.
Charlie Sheen, a young Chuck Sheen. What's his name? The guy that played Buck Weaver. It was gosh, why does his name? Oh, whatever. But yeah, a lot of Christopher Lloyd was in that movie. There's a lot.
What about The Fan?
The Fan.
We're talking Giants.
Yeah, well, yeah. So Wesley Snipes playing basically the Barry Bonds character, probably one of the better player like movie players. That movie was not good.
It was not a good movie.
That was sort of a thriller too. Like it was very dark and very just It was strange, but it was about the San Francisco Giants. I mean,
exactly. Candlestick was in it. Yeah, about the Giants.
So not a single shot of Candlestick in that movie was Candlestick when it was in the baseball configuration either. Like when they did like the overheads, it's all football configuration.
Yeah.
Something that only a true Giants fan would notice.
Exactly.
But
they definitely had the pavilion pulled all the way down.
Yeah.
Oh, what about The Scout? That's a great.
Oh yeah.
Baseball movie.
Yes, The Scout. Yeah. Wow.
That's a great baseball movie.
What's the What's that guy's name?
Summer Catch for the teeny bopper baseball movies.
That
was a great. That was the Freddie Prinze Jr. playing in the
Jessica
Cape Cod.
Biel. My goodness.
Yep.
I put her on the map.
Yep. You know what? Actually, he's got to be your pitcher, right? From the Scouts, Steve Nebraska.
Yeah, from the Scout, yeah.
Wasn't that his game? 27 up, 27 down. He struck them all out.
Well, that he's probably the best player you're ever going to see because he's in a movie.
Yeah,
because he could hit like knock the cover off the ball and pretty much strike everybody out. So
and he struck him out. So,
yeah.
So you got to have Steve Nebraska.
That's
the center of your team.
That's good knowledge, just remembering that character's name. In fact, but yeah, how about Nuke Lelouch? I mean, he's got to be.
You'd have a problem behind the plate, right? So behind the plate, would you go Crash Davis or Jake Taylor?
I'm going Jack Parkman.
Both veteran.
I'm going Parkman.
Both veteran leaders. Yeah, but Parkman's your first baseman for sure.
He was a catcher.
No, Parkman was first baseman.
He was absolutely a catcher. Absolutely,
really?
100%. I just watched that movie. He's definitely the catcher because he's the one that William H. Hayes does the jump over and like the dive over.
No, Parkman's a first baseman. Remember, he's talking trash to Jake Taylor.
No, he was the catcher. He was the cat. They were like competing for the same position in spring training, and when Jake Taylor discovers that they're keeping Jack Parkman and they're keeping Rube Baker, then he goes into Lou's office and says, I guess keeping 3 catchers is probably a good idea, and that's when they let him know that they're
the second one. That's the second one.
Jack
right?
Parkman wasn't in the first one.
Who was the guy in the first one? Clu Haywood. That's who I'm thinking.
Absolutely.
Clu Haywood. That's your first baseman.
Yeah. That's right.
Clu Haywood first. Talk about a guy that can rip the cover off the ball.
Major League. What a great movie. Absolutely a great movie.
Wait, so it's between Parkman, Jake Taylor, and Crash Davis behind the plate?
And Crash Davis was not really a big league baseball player either in the movies, so
That's true. You can't have a minor leaguer on your team, right?
no, absolutely not. So yeah, I got to go with Jack Parkman, which is hilarious because
He's not gonna be good for that team chemistry, Jack
how
Parkman.
about the John C. Riley guy from the For Love of the Game? He was not really all that great either, but uh, yeah, not a lot of good catchers in these movies. The one from Eight Men Out was not one of the better players on that Chicago Black Sox team either. So,
Right.
uh, yeah, I think Jack Parkman is either him or I mean, allegedly. Allegedly, Jake Taylor was one of the best players in baseball, right? Before he had problems with his knees. So you could, I don't know.
That's right.
I haven't seen his stats, so I don't know what to go with on that one. The numbers, we don't have the numbers.
We don't have the numbers. We cannot make an informed decision.
Roger Dorn would not be on my best list of
Oh,
infielders, however. So yeah,
Roger Dorn.
so catcher, yeah, first baseman. You got maybe Clue Haywood.
It's got to be Clue Haywood. That man hit bombs.
Yeah, especially against the Indians.
Especially against the Indians.
Oh, how about
Now
51?
remember,
51?
he led the league in home runs and RBI. Remember?
That's right. And hit, I don't know, that, and like nose hair or something like that, I think was the other one.
That's right.
That's right. Oh, Pence. There you go. Okay, that's how to play.
Yeah, Larry Doyle would definitely be our announcer.
Harry Doyle. Harry Doyle.
Harry Doyle. There
Yes.
you go. Man, I gotta watch Major League again. It's been a long time.
Oh yeah, it's available on.
What was the assistant's name? You know, his like play-by-play guy or the color commentary guy.
It was Monty something.
Bonnie. That's right.
Yeah.
Fly ball
Caught. Classic. So yeah, I mean, Major League 2 is still memorable because it has a lot of great lines, and I think
it has a lot of great lines.
You know what I think was one of the best parts of that movie is Randy Quaid. I think he was phenomenal as that just the crazy sports fan is just heckling out there. Who I mean, unfortunately, wasn't in the first movie, but he was hilarious. I thought in that. Charlie Sheen was terrible in that movie, but
Charlie Sheen was a lot better in the first one.
Yes. It was just sort of a gimmicky joke what they did to his character in that second one.
The first one was definitely the better movie, and you're right. The thing that made the second one really stand out was the Randy Quaid fans together. But then again, the fans in the first one were really good by the TP, you know?
Yep.
They were really good too.
So two of those, I think two of the fans that are with Randy Quaid in the second one, I think were in the first one.
That was an ugly at bat.
Yeah, that's Hunter Pence for you. So he's 0 for 22 now in the season. So he's pinch hitting for Sandoval. Pinch hitting for the DH spot is just such a weird concept.
But that's that's why, you know, you're putting a guy in the DH spot that's hitting 118 or whatever it is, you know, and that's what's going to happen. Rough.
Yeah, this is the barren wasteland of the lineup right here. Now we got Crawford up.
Yeah, we need those 1, 2, 3 guys again.
How is he not running? There you go.
A little mix up there with the by the Rangers. Chirinos with no idea where the ball was.
As we talk about the game for the first time in about 3 innings, but yeah.
You know what? No one's missed much.
Yeah.
Nothing's really happened.
Since the Giants went ahead 4-2, there has not been a whole lot going on. Did that bounce off the umpire too?
It hit off Crawford and the umpire,
yeah.
I believe.
That's weird. Right. Runner in scoring position.
We'll take it. Come on, Crawford. Clutch hit. This pitcher's missing outside quite a lot.
Yes. So, continuing with the, are there any good second basemen in baseball movies?
Ooh, I feel like there's a lot of outfielders. There's a lot of first basemen. There's a lot of catchers.
Because they
You don't
usually
see a lot of
glorify the power hitters, and that's kind of where the power hitters come from.
exactly because a lot of the guys in Angels in the outfield were the outfielders and the pitcher. Yeah, I don't know. All right, Chris, I'm gonna take a quick break and get a little bit of water. I'll be right
All
back.
right, we can do that. A little bit of a lull in the game as this game got boring in a hurry. As all of a sudden, all these runners that are getting on base are just grinding this thing to a halt. These pitchers are taking forever. 3-2 now to Brandon Crawford. So if the Giants can get one more guy on base at least, then they have a chance at starting the next inning off with Yastrzemski again, which it seems like they've led off with the leadoff hitter a few times already in this game. Ooh, and that's a walk. So there's our runner. Hopefully no DPs coming up here. Giants have grounded into one double play tonight. Oh, a pitching change. Okay, so that'll make this thing take even longer. So we're at the bottom of the sixth, 2/3 of the way through the game, and it is about 2.5 hours old, which is a struggle. So it's a great time, since Nick is not currently in the room here, for me to remind all of you listening to please try very much to help support us and get our channel noticed by hitting the like button over here or the subscribe button over here. And we've got more content that we're going to be putting out here pretty soon. We're going to start actually doing some regular videos that aren't game centered. So just talking Giants baseball and things going on around the league. And so those will be a little bit sort of in between the live games that we do. But we're going to do a couple of those. And I might do some thoughts here and there too, because it's real easy for me to just put that up and publish. So we'll do some of that, and we're going to have a little bit more content, a little more stuff for everybody to consume. And we really want to start getting this channel noticed and getting a nice lively chat of some Giants fans in here, because again, the reminder is that you don't, there's nowhere else to really go these days with the way things are in the world right now to talk Giants baseball. And you can't really gather with people at the ballpark, obviously, because the ballpark is nothing but cutouts in the stands right now. So you're not going to get much conversation from that. And meeting in public places where you can get a mass of people together to watch a game live is probably not much of a chance of that happening really either. So, oh, he is back.
What I missed? How many grand slams do we hit?
Oh, yeah, it's a real eventful pitching change taking place right now. So I was just talking about trying to get people to kind of support the channel by hitting the like button in that corner, subscribe button in that, and talking about sort of the idea that we're trying to get kind of a fan community together here, because there's nowhere else to go these days to talk Giants baseball with anybody, really. It's not really you can't go out to the sports bar and watch the games really as much. That's not as easy to do. You definitely can't. You can't be present in the stadium unless you paid $100 for a cardboard cutout, and that's not going to be much of a conversation. So
I'm not gonna lie. I the thought crossed my mind for a few minutes there about purchasing the cardboard cutout.
Yeah, I would not have blamed you. I would not have blamed you.
I went against it, but
yeah, you know the Dodgers were charging like $250 for their cardboard cutouts. So I don't think the Giants have. They have like, based on like where you want it placed, they had a whole tiered system for like how much you could pay this much and it would get behind home plate. You paid this much, it would get somewhere else. I think the Giants are just $100. I think it's right. Or 99. I think
that's my thing. Like if you could promise me that I'm going to be right behind home plate and on camera every pitch, then yeah, I'd give you $100 and make some funny cardboard cutout to put out there. Yeah.
Paul Johnson posts in the chat room here, what's the score? So the Giants are up 4-2. It's the bottom of the sixth. They've been up 4-2 since the bottom of the third inning. There's one out, and right now we got runners at first and second. Those runners are Brandon Crawford at first and Evan Longoria at second. Right now, Tyler Heineman's at the plate, and we just had a pitching change, so it's a 1-0 count. But yeah, so this is hopefully a place where we can get a bunch of people talking and really having the viewers kind of drive the conversation a lot. I mean, and we have plenty of stuff that we can talk about, but I don't know how much we can talk about we're probably going to start rehashing the same conversations after a while, which is okay because we're going to get different viewers all the time. But I think we've already beat some of the good topics into the ground a little bit here with like the favorite all-time Giants players and whatnot, and now we're talking movies. But anyway, anything to add to that about the show concept here?
You can only talk about Willie Mays Hayes for so long, right?
Yeah. Would you take him as your starting center fielder on your all baseball movies team?
I mean, it's tough, right? You can't beat that speed, but is he going to keep hitting the ball in the air?
Are you getting Major League One or Major League Two, Willie Mays
exactly.
Hayes?
Are you getting Major League Two Willie Mays Hayes, where he's bulked up and trying to hit the ball out of the park every time he's up there? You know,
right.
And then I guess you got to put what position was Roy Hobbs again?
Roy Hobbs, right field.
Okay, so he's definitely going to be your right fielder then, right?
Pedro Serrano was a right fielder.
Ooh, Serrano. Yes, there's a lot. That's a real good conversation to have. That I bet you'd get more arguments about a movie all-time team than an actual.
You're absolutely right. Plus,
all-time.
There's probably people out there who have seen way better, more baseball movies than we have. But
right.
51, just before you left, I think 51 is another movie that you got to think about. I mean, these are real players, obviously, that we're talking about in 51. But that was where you get your Roger Marises and your whatnots. But
the Roger Maris, Mickey Mantle HBO movie, that was a great movie.
Yep, it was fantastic.
Was a great movie.
What other baseball movies? There's got to be more that we're not thinking of. But we did.
There's a ton.
The Sandlot.
Oh, I mean, that's all time. Right? I mean, it's all time.
I'm not taking any of those on my all-time team, however, though. I don't think. Maybe Benny the Jet Rodriguez, but I don't know about the rest of them.
Yeah, but he was a Dodger, so he's not allowed.
That's a good point. That is a very good point.
The
guy from
Kenny Denise.
Yeah. So the guy in The Fan. I'm trying to remember what that character's name was. It was Bobby.
The Wesley Snipes character?
Like Bobby Rayburn. That's what it is. Woo.
Bobby Rayburn.
I dug that one out, man. But Bobby Rayburn and is the Barry Bonds basically in that movie. I think that's exactly who he was supposed to be. But I think I want to say he was a center fielder in that movie. So would he give Willie Mays Hayes a run for his money at the center field position?
Oh, I think if you're talking on a purely baseball standpoint, you would take Bobby Rayburn all day long, right?
I think you have to.
Willie Mays Hayes was pure. I mean, if you got him on the base paths, he was unstoppable, right?
Yep.
And especially if we're talking Major League Two Willie Mays Hayes, because I certainly don't want him up there all jacked up trying to hit homers. Not when we're talking that we've already got Parkman, Clu Haywood.
Yep.
We've got our power hitters. You know, we're not paying you to hit home runs.
Pedro Serrano, possibly Roy Hobbs.
Roy Hobbs got to make it, right?
I think maybe.
Who's your pitcher? You know what?
Ed Harris.
Stick him.
Not Ed Harris. His name's not Ed Harris. Ed Harris is the actor. It was something Harris. I forget what was this. Did he have a first name even in that?
I don't. They just called him Harris.
Yeah. Uh, he had a first name. I just don't remember what it was. But
That dude was so old.
it might have
even in
been
the
Eddie
movie.
Harris. It might have been something. That might have been what it was.
Right. Do you have to play Dorn at third? I think you have to play Dorn at third because I can't think of another third baseman.
Roger Dorn. Buck Weaver in Eight Men Out. But again, that's an actual baseball player that existed. It is Eddie Harris, by the way. That is
Eddie
the
Harris. What position and what was the name of the guy? I know the actor's name was Roy Schneider, but in Tiger Town, what the character's name was?
Oh gosh. I couldn't in a million years come up with that one.
Because I believe that guy not only was he good, but he also had magic on his side.
Yes.
So I mean
Uh
that's tough to beat.
I'm looking it up here.
All right, we got the bases full. Two down.
The bases are drunk and we got the right guy at the plate, I hope.
Let's go. Salami time.
Billy Young. That is the character name you're looking for.
Oh,
How
that is a
that
rough call.
that
That
has
was
not been a strike all night.
Yaz is not happy about that, and I don't blame him.
Roger Dorn.
I'm sorry, but that is not a strike.
No.
Look at the catcher leaning over, trying to. No.
Yeah, it wasn't even a target. So
No. I think the umpire is about as fed up with the pace of this game as we are.
yes. Oh man, it keeps changing your resolution on me. Oh, we got the real good connection now. That's a big picture. Fitting you to the box here.
All right, Yaz. Good eye. 2-2. 2 out. Bases loaded.
So pitchers in baseball movies: Henry Rowan Gardner, perhaps, Rookie of the Year.
You know another guy you could put at first base? Lou Collins.
Lou Collins. It's a great call.
I mean, I still think you have to play Clue Haywood. But,
Yes.
But Lou Collins is on the bench for sure. He's a great pure hitter.
Maybe they could platoon. I don't remember the handedness, but
Lou Collins was a lefty.
okay.
But
I
believe
Haywood was a righty.
Haywood was as well, wasn't he?
I don't
No,
remember.
Haywood was a righty.
I believe Haywood was a righty.
Lou Collins, definite lefty. I'm trying to think of some of the other characters from Little Big League there.
There was the Jonathan Silverman relief pitcher. I remember that.
Yeah, he was trash. He's not making the team. He was trash. You had the reliever or the starter with the beard too, who was like the big intimidating guy.
Did you ever see the TV? It was on for like 5 episodes. The TV show Hardball. It was about a baseball team, and it had I want to say that Joe Rogan was in it.
Oh wow.
I might be wrong on that one. Let me look that one up.
Wait, Hardball, that was a movie as well. Wasn't that the Keanu Reeves?
Yes, is that what that was?
The Keanu Reeves where he has to go.
So the TV show Hardball was on.
Yaz takes the walk. Longoria
Walking in and run. So now it's 5-2.
Giants up 5-2, and looks like the pitcher's getting the hook.
Has he faced 3 guys already? I guess he has.
Oh no. Yep.
Yeah, he has to have, or else they just did something terribly wrong.
Terribly wrong. So if we're talking Hardball, because
Joe Rogan was in the show Hardball. Frank Valenti he plays. I remember he got in trouble in that show for corking his bat. He got called for it.
That's all. We got Hardball, Keanu Reeves coaching the kids, and there's G Baby.
Yeah.
Does G Baby make the squad?
Isn't he the one that dies?
He dies. Yeah. Never mind. He can't make the squad. Yeah. And as long as we're talking kids,
Rowan Gardner. I'm telling you, Henry Rowan Gardner.
Bad News Bears.
Oh yes.
I mean Kelly from the Bad News Bears. That dude tore the cover off the ball.
Yeah, he's another Benny the Jet Rodriguez type, basically.
Wow. I see. This is too hard to make it. This is difficult.
Who's the best catcher is either Jack Parkman and the kid from the Sandlot.
That's right. Ham,
Ham, the great Hambino, backing him up.
Ham Porter. You could put Kenny DeNunez on the
Yeah, there
mound.
you go. Yeah, over there at the shortstop, I think.
Yeah. Okay. There you got. Yeah. Yeah. As your shortstop. We
Yep.
found a shortstop.
Yeah.
And what was it? Timmy Timmons was the second baseman.
Was his little brother played in like right field or
Tommy,
something
it
like
was
that?
Timmy and Tommy
Yeah.
Timmons.
There you go. And
So there,
Squints, second baseman.
Squints. Oh, that's right. Squints played. So where did Squints? Who played third?
I don't know that there really was a third baseman in this show.
Oh,
No,
that's right,
no. Squints was the third baseman, I think. And the second baseman was that taller kid with the
Bertram.
Bertram. That's right. Yes,
So wait, where'd the little brother play?
he was an outfielder. He was a right field. He was right
Stick
field.
the little kid in the outfield.
He was right field, and then Smalls was left field.
Smalls is definitely not making the team.
No, he would not make the team.
Smalls was garbage. I don't care what he did to that Babe Ruth ball.
There was some sort of a second Sandlot movie or something like that. I forget what I never saw that. I'm not interested. But
I've never heard of such a thing, but I definitely wouldn't want to see it because.
So yeah, the Bobby Rayburn character beats out Willie Mays Hayes. We're definitely
Absolutely.
saying, right? Yeah.
Absolutely.
Roger Dorn was our third baseman, right?
Well, no, because now you could go with. Wait, did Squints play short or third? He was definitely on that side of the infield.
I think the older Timmons brother was probably third. I think Squints played.
No, the older Timmons brother. Wait, or did Bertram play first? Or it was the older Timmons brother played first.
Okay, that's what it was. So I think Yeah and Squints were the middle infielders. If I might be wrong on that. I don't know.
I'm pretty sure you're right. So maybe Bertram was the third baseman. I think Bertram played third.
If I look this up, would it be on the internet, you think?
Oh, for sure. Everything's on the internet. Bertram Grover Weeks. I bet
Player positions. Here we go. First base was Timmy Timmons.
Yeah.
Second base was Bertram. Bertram Grover
Weeks.
Weeks.
A lefty too. What's a lefty doing playing second?
I don't know. It doesn't make sense. Shortstop was Yeah. Third base was Tommy Timmons.
The little kid.
He hit that ball hard, but oh well.
The little kid's playing third.
Yeah, that doesn't.
That's a big throw.
I don't think he got a lot of camera time playing the corner infield spots. But Kenny DeNunez was the pitcher, obviously. Porter was the catcher. Let's get the outfield. Come on. What's my outfielders here? Smalls is left field. Benny the Jet Rodriguez was center field, which you don't really ever see him playing in the outfield that much.
Because he's always hitting, right?
Squints was the right fielder.
Squints was the right fielder.
Doesn't even sound right. I swear he was a middle infielder, but I guess
that doesn't sound right. Okay, so who played third then?
Third was according to this page, it was Tommy Timmons. First base was Timmy Timmons.
So it's Tommy Timmons or Dorn. Like I got a hard time putting Roger Dorn on the.
He can lean into one. We know that from Major League 2.
I wonder who played third in like Angels in the Outfield.
Yeah, that's a good one. We are in between innings, by the way, so. This is the kind of content.
No one's missing it.
This is the kind of content we need.
These are the hard-hitting questions that people need answered.
This is the in-between innings type of stuff we get. Oh, gosh, it's not going to list them by position, is it?
I'm
not seeing anything that shows their positions.
What about in Mr. 3000?
Mr. 3000. Well, there was really only one guy that was any good in that movie. It was what was that guy's name?
Oh, here we go. Angels in the outfield.
Rex Pennebaker. That's what it was. Yeah. T-Rex
Ray,
Pennebaker was the center
Ray
fielder.
Mitchell. Ray Mitchell in Angels in the outfield played third base.
Okay. There you go.
And he was the only guy that could play, if you remember correctly from the movie. He was the only guy that was a good player before the Angels showed up.
That's right. Every team has like that one player. And Mr. 3000 was sort of the same thing. That team absolutely sucked, but except for T-Rex Pennebaker.
So maybe that's it.
Yeah, he was a center fielder as well, though. So I think we already got Bobby Rayburn penciled in at that position. I think I was right there with Penny. Who did Benicio del? What was the guy that Benicio del Toro played? Who's
he was a good player.
Does he count because he's deceased, right? So
he's deceased. We can't have him play.
Yeah, right.
He's not going to have any good ABs for us. Oh, you know who's second base is Mickey Dominguez from the Summer Catch.
Okay.
He was solid. He wasn't flashy, but he was solid.
These are all wooden bat league, like Cape Cod League players we're talking about here.
Yeah. So we got behind the plate. We haven't sorted out who's our catcher. Is it Parkman or is it Jake Taylor?
You got to have more than one on the squad. I'll take them both. But they're both from the same movie, which is kind of interesting. But yeah.
So behind the plate, we've got Parkman and Taylor. At first base, again, we've got two. We got Clue Haywood and Lou Collins.
Yep.
So we're filling out our bench too. Second, we've got Mickey Dominguez. So then we need a shortstop.
Can we take players from Moneyball because those are all the Oakland Athletics?
No.
Miguel Tejada.
No real players.
Oh, so no real players.
Shortstop in let's see, shortstop in Sandlot. Who did we just say?
Yeah.
Oh, that's right. Shortstop is Yeah. He made a couple nice plays. Yeah.
I don't think there ever was like listed a shortstop in Major League. Not one in For Love of the Game.
Not one of those.
For Love of the Game, nobody. I don't remember in Mr. 3000.
I think maybe we have to go with Yeah.
Go with Yeah. Oh my goodness. That's what it's come to.
A strikeout there by Tyler Rogers.
Tyler Rogers. We're getting good Tyler Rogers so far tonight.
We're an out away from a clean inning.
Yep. Ground out and a strikeout so far.
And then third base, we've got Dorn.
We're not going with Tommy Timmons or whoever, Timmy Timmons or whichever one.
No, Ray Mitchell, right? We're going with Ray Mitchell.
Yes, Ray Mitchell. Ray Mitchell.
Ray Mitchell from Angels in the Outfield. Yep. And another thing I just thought about that came to me is we're being a little sexist here. And
do you want to go Gina Davis behind the
Dottie Henson?
Dottie Henson.
Dottie Henson?
Yes.
You know what? Dottie Henson's getting the DH spot.
Okay. I'll go with that.
Got Dottie Henson in the DH.
Well, does Dottie Henson move Jake Taylor off the roster? That's the question.
What if you move Jake Taylor to manager?
Okay. Well, Lou Brown might be the manager. I don't know. There's a lot of managerial candidates.
Yeah.
But
wow.
How about the Gary Busey guy from pitching coach? Was he the pitching coach? Yeah, and then the hitting coach was the Daniel Stearns guy, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I gotta say, Crash Davis, Mike.
Chet Steadman was a pitcher.
Steadman. Yeah, that's right. He was a pitcher. Yeah. That's right. You're absolutely right.
I think that the Daniel Stern character was the pitching coach.
He was. Yeah, I want to say he was. What was his name? All right.
The manager in that would not crack our team.
Lawnmower.
Gartenhoser.
Classic. Let's see. See, when I look up the rookie cast, I get like the television drama show here. So, where's Daniel Stern? Daniel Stern.
He had a pretty good name. I
Yeah,
feel
he
like,
did. That's why I wanted to look it up. It's not one I want to miss.
Yeah.
How is he not listed anywhere on here? Wait, is this Dennis Quaid? Dennis. No. Okay, Rookie of the Year is what we're looking for. The Rookie was about real baseball players.
That's about real baseball. We can't have that.
Right. Okay, 1993. Here we go. Gary Busey, Chet Stedman, Albert Halls, Martinella was the coach's name.
That's right.
Stern. Brickma.
Wow, we're in the bottom of the seventh here. Only 9 combined hits. 5 for Texas, 4 for the Giants.
And we're closing in on being 3 hours old in this game, too. So
the Giants have not had a hit in a long time here.
The Giants have also...
Austin Slater.
How about this?
Was that the last hit?
The Giants, yeah. The Giants have walked 9 times in this game.
Ooh. That's taken some time.
Yes, that is why this game is taking forever.
All right, how about we'll 5-2, 6 outs away. Hey, 6 outs away from being over 500, huh?
Yes, for the first time of the year and for winning the first season of the season. Or the first series of the season, sorry.
There you go.
First season of the season. That made no sense. All right, here comes Mr. Brandon Belt trying to get on off the schneid, as you would say, and then getting himself a batting average. God, man, even Solano, 2 for 4 today. No, 1 for 4 with 2 runs batted in. That hit was a big one. Giants have only struck out 3 times. 33% of the way to 4 here.
That was a nice pitch to hit Belt had right there.
So I will say this. I think the newer Giants that we have now can hit fastballs. The older Giants cannot hit fastballs. The Giants for the last 6 years have not been able to hit anybody that pitches a hard fastball. And Belt and Crawford and Posey even are not good at hitting fastballs. But like Dickerson, Yastrzemski, these guys are not intimidated by hard fastballs. Like the Dodgers guys, the Padres guys that are throwing 100 miles an hour, they're just turning them right around.
Yep. That Padres team has a lot of good young talent on it.
Their bullpen is crazy too. They throw heat. It's just it's nuts. Want to throw heat.
Is that a Guy Fieri cutout there in the
Is it behind home plate? Or they just cut to it? Yeah.
More like, oh boy, Belt's having a rough.
His first non-strikeout out of the year, though.
Boy.
Brandon Belt.
Some interesting hair Jesse Chavez has going on there.
Looks like he's trying to be one of the Beach Boys.
It's an interesting look.
So Brandon Belt is now officially 0 for 4 with 3 strikeouts and 4 walks on the season.
Oh boy.
Are we going to... So if Longoria gets on, we're going to see Hunter Pence again this season, this inning. There we go.
There we go.
Can we make it 0 for 23?
Middle.
Longoria.
And here we go.
Longoria is 3 for 3 tonight with a walk and 2 RBIs and a run scored.
Ooh, nasty rolled ankle there.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. But he's still out there.
Still out there. What a trooper.
He knows he's got Pence up. So,
what are we at right now? 0 for 22?
0 for 22. 0 for 1 tonight. Struck out in his first at bat pretty heinously. He has a total of 7 strikeouts on the season so far.
Eesh.
Woo! Smoked that one. But he's 0 for 23.
0 for 23.
Oh man, this is the Giants will have Crawford, Heineman, and Duggar coming up, or sorry, Dubon coming up in the bottom half of the 8th.
There's not much going on right now in this game. This
Yep.
is the first 2 innings looked like it was going to be an explosive game, but it has been anything since.
Yeah, it has
Since the third
been
inning around.
a barren wasteland of offense ever since the 3rd inning.
Thank goodness we have things like baseball movie teams to.
Yeah. So we're onto the pitching position. We kind of slowed down there a bit, but I think you got
pitcher position.
I think Wild Thing Vaughn's got to be in there. Rick Vaughn.
Absolutely. Nuke LaLoosh.
Nuke LaLoosh.
Although he was throwing at AAA, right? I mean, even though he was.
Right. And of course, you've got what's his name from the Scouts going both ways. So he's.
Oh, it's got to be Steve Nebraska.
Steve Nebraska is definitely pitching.
But then you got to have his bat out there, right?
Well, yeah. I mean, he still bats when he pitches. So.
I know, but we were talking Dottie Hinson being our DH. You could just put her on the bench. She'd be the big.
She would just not. We would not use the DH that day.
Yeah, that's a good point. You got Bobby Rayburn in the outfield.
Or no, you can use the DH for another position. Maybe Yeah gets DH'd for.
Yeah.
You don't have to use it for pitcher. That's right.
Right.
So
then it's just 3 outfielders. Bobby Rayburn.
Hiroshi Kamikaze Tanaka on the left field,
Recently
perhaps.
of the Tokyo Giants.
It's the only other out. That's the only left fielder I can think of. Did
Roy Hobbs
and Pedro Serrano in the right field. We got Bobby Rayburn and Willie Mays Hayes for center. I think you can get a pretty decent outfield out of that.
You can.
Let's see where did Steve Nebraska play when he wasn't pitching? Was he an outfielder?
I don't think they ever had him anything other than pitching or hitting.
Because how do you not have him hitting every game? I don't know. Might be a little plot hole in that movie.
We have found a plot hole. That was a great movie. That was an underrated baseball movie right there.
So the right fielder in Angels in the I think it was the right fielder was played by Matthew McConaughey, if you recall.
Is that right?
Yeah. It was a young Matthew McConaughey. I did not just look that up either. That was one I just remember from memory.
That I did not know.
Nice play there. There's
a nice play by Bell. All right. Nice play by.
I think
Giants
Gott
there.
might actually be our closer for a while.
Yeah.
Which is I think they're going to try to pitch Watson in the 9th, maybe.
The bullpens looked real good tonight. I mean, I know it's the Rangers.
It's so hot and cold, man. I just don't know what to make of it. But yeah, so far it's holding up here. It absolutely imploded in some other earlier games this season, but yeah, so one thing I wanted to we're getting kind of towards the end of the game and nobody's really watching anymore. But one thing I want to kind of talk about and we talked about it a little bit when you and I were talking yesterday, but the Giants are less than a week now from the roster reduction, which means they're going down to 28 players. So we were talking about it between you and I. I think we kind of identified as Pence and Sandoval as potential cuts. And
I think realistically, I know it might not be popular among Giants fans, but when you look at how they're playing, they're two of the worst players on this team.
Right.
You can talk about experience. You can talk about that it's just a slow start. But I think that when you take into account, maybe not so much Sandoval, because Sandoval did have a good season last year, but Pence had a really bad second half last year. He's obviously over 22 and looks completely lost.
Over 23 now.
Over 23, that's right, last inning. He looks completely lost out there, and over 23. I mean, he doesn't look close to turning it around.
So he did hammer that ball. Like he hit that ball hard.
My point is that who do you want? You don't want to send down a young guy,
right,
that you want to give at bats to that could be part of the future. Hunter Pence, Pablo Sandoval are not part of the solution in fixing the Giants. They're not part of the future.
Right.
I
just
don't really see a spot for him.
So they seem very reluctant to play Pence in the outfield at this point.
They do, because that's right. When they're playing him, he's being the DH, isn't he?
He's gotten at least one start in the outfield. I know that, but yeah, I don't like Duggar got the start tonight in right field. He's a lefty, so that kind of makes sense. But I don't know if you're gonna start Hunter Pence in the outfield over like a Darren Ruff or Austin Slater. I don't think that's happening.
That's right. Darren Ruff, there's one guy we haven't talked about tonight that I think is one of the three best hitters on this team at the moment.
Yep.
I know he's not playing tonight, but one of the three best hitters on this team at the moment, and getting some very clutch hits, too, with runners in scoring position. So another guy you certainly can't send down at the moment.
That was crushed.
Oh, boy.
Oh. If he catches that ball, they've got him. I'm pretty sure. They did. They damn near got the guy at second. Look at that. Look at that shift, though. Holy jeez.
It's quite a shift, yes.
Who was it? It was... What was his name on the A's that they were doing the four outfielders? Olsen?
Was it for Olsen?
It was Olsen, yeah.
You know what? If he catches that ball, he's out.
That's what I'm saying. If he catches it, they got him.
I mean,
it's a 1-2-3 inning.
That wasn't that tough of a scoop right there either. He's got to make that play.
Todd Frazier could run into one here. Whew.
Yeah, let's see if we can get out of this.
It's a nice breaking ball.
Old man Frazier.
Yeah, he's getting up there. Born in 86, so that makes him just 34.
Old man in baseball years, Frazier.
Yeah. He had 251 last season, 213 the season before that. So he's had some he hasn't been good in a long time. Let's just put it that way. For that 2016, the 40 home run season he only hit 225, but still 40 home runs and 98 RBIs. I don't care how many RBI I should say. I don't care what your batting average is. I need that in the lineup.
Yeah.
Oh, talking about how walks slow the game down. Yeah, no kidding. There's been way too many of them. So Giants have only issued 4 walks, and they've taken 9. So I'll take that differential from this team. Oh, got him to way reach for that. All right. That was
nice, a real nice inning right there.
Nice inning from Gott.
Real nice inning from Gott right there. Yeah.
So I'm thinking we're going to see Watson in the 9th if there's a save opportunity. I could be wrong on that. It could be they already threw Garcia out there. Jimenez or whatever is no longer on the squad.
No,
He was the Rule 5 pick, wasn't he?
that's right. So
So I
they
think
had to offer him back
so
to,
not sure what's come from that yet,
is it
but
Detroit, Kansas City? There's somebody out there.
so they've got. See, they're not going to throw Anderson, Cueto, or Gaussman out there. Menez, he pitched last night. Peralta might get in there. Selman closed out last night's game. Pretty impressively, in fact. So yeah, Watson, Selman, Peralta, and Menez are your bullpen pitchers that are really remaining at this point. Tyler Anderson is also. He's not a starter. Could be him as well.
We shall see shortly.
Another thing that we'll have to talk about more the next time we do a game. It might be a factor by then. Actually, I mean, we should probably talk about it now. Is the next? So assuming that we wait till like next Friday or Saturday to do another game, then is Joey Bart on the roster by then?
I mean, I would sure hope so.
I think right now they're I don't know what they have to. There's a reason. There has to be something that they're waiting for. They're probably trying to get him as many swings or whatever as they can. But I don't know how, like, him and Heineman seem like a pretty natural, like, kind of a duo, because one hits right-handed, one hits left-handed, and I don't see what else there is. I mean, they want to probably give Trump the best look they can at this point, which if you bring Joey Bart up, you're not going to look at him at all. So I don't know. I don't know what to think there. I think he's going to be up soon, because there's no reason not to at this point. They've already waited long enough to make it so that this season doesn't count towards his service time. So
exactly, and that was the big thing.
Yeah.
But that time's come and gone, so
there are rabid Giants fans out there who just don't want to hear anything but when is Joey Bart coming up.
Right.
People who were just like outraged from day one that he didn't make the roster, who obviously don't really care about like the long-term health of the Giants organization, because all they wanted was Joey Bart now.
Yeah, no, it was there was no point to ever start him
right
with a year of service in a 60-game season where you're not expected to do anything.
We just got Roger Dorned.
Woo. Hey, any way you can get on.
That's the only way we're going to get Crawford on. Let's see. Crawford, who walked twice tonight and now has been hit by a pitch and hit batsman. This guy threw at his own son and own kid in a father-son game. Tyler Heineman, who had a couple good games right when he first started, the season first started, has kind of cooled off a bit since then, which for a guy as old as him, you kind of expect him to sort of revert to the mean a little bit. Dubon on deck. Oh, so the Giants are not the best team in the world at adding on, that's for sure. Hopefully they find a way to bring him a run or two in here, but I don't know. Texas doesn't look like they're interested in putting any more runs on the board tonight.
They don't. They look about as bored as Lucille does out there in those seats.
I'm impressed that Lucille even bothers showing up at these games, to be honest.
I think it's pretty funny, right, that they've got the
Who's he hanging out with there? Oh, Kirk Reeder.
Mascot's still out there.
Woody. Woody holding down seat 7. Oh. I'm probably a few seconds ahead of you.
He's having trouble fielding that one.
Crawford just leisurely motoring into third base,
Strolls into third.
not even rounding the bag.
Yeah.
That's what I was like. I think I texted that to you at the game last night. The way he didn't run out that ground ball he hit. And it's like, God, or no, the drop third strike. And it's like, man, it's just getting tough with this guy.
Yeah.
I know he puts on some entertaining music during batting practice and everything, but I think we can replace that somewhere.
I'm sure.
All right, Dubon, golden opportunity here to pop out.
Oh my goodness. On the first pitch. What did we talk about swinging at a first pitch?
First AB of the game too, and you're
Wow.
yeah. All right, that's all right. We'll let Yastrzemski, Slater, and Solano get some hacks here. Intentionally walking the Yastrzemski, so it's up to Slater and Dubon. So what do you? So we talked about measures that Major League Baseball has taken to speed up the game. What do you think about the intentional walk now, where they don't actually have to throw pitches?
It doesn't bother me. It saves, whatever, 15 seconds. I feel like it does like take away one of those really interesting plays, where someone will, not that it happens often or anything, but where one of the hitters will step out and take a swing at one. Those are always interesting.
Absolutely.
So it does take away from those. And again, like you said, you're saving such a minuscule amount of time that, again, they're finding ways to not put the pitch clock up. Whereas if you want to save time, it's got to be the pitch clock. And they're just trying to do all these ticky-tack things instead.
Right. And I
it doesn't bother me too much, but I'd like to see it just left the same. Just let him throw the 4 balls.
Come on, Slater. Woo. That was a pretty nice 1-1 pitch there. Three hours and 10 minutes into this game so far, bottom of the 8th. Good take. So yeah, I would think that Joey Bart within a week's time is probably on the roster, but it's not a sure thing. Obviously, I mean Trump's not even getting hasn't really hasn't gotten that many
that was a big cut
opportunities so far. Yeah. So
we got
Solano,
bases loaded, nobody out, to bases loaded, 2 out.
Yeah, this is classic Giants not being able to cash in on these opportunities. And it wasn't just bases. I mean, they had runners at second and third with nobody out. Then they had bases loaded with nobody out. And so this whole thing's sort of progressing in a typical way that it does many times with this team, is they get these golden opportunities. Like a couple games ago, they were getting runners on first and second with nobody out like 3 times, and they didn't score any of them. So this is becoming kind of characteristic. It has been over the years already.
Yeah, and as long as the bullpen can hold on, that's fine. But Texas does something in the top of the 9th. Now we've got another one to look back on.
Oh yeah, you're really gonna regret not having cashed in on this situation.
Yeah.
There we go.
That's what we needed.
Ooh, only got 1 out of that.
Wow. That's
Which,
still a big run.
yeah, oh, it is. I mean, yeah,
That's a
it's,
big
it's
run.
either that or you're facing not getting any, like we said. And now you got Brandon Belt coming to the plate.
Oh boy.
It's a great throw, actually. That's about as good of a throw as you're going to make. All right. It's a great opportunity for Brandon Belt. I mean, one swing of the bat, and this could be a 10-2 game here. So,
Oh, it gets out of hand real quick. Yeah.
yeah, I'm not trying to put that much pressure on Belt's shoulders here, but I'll settle for a walk. We got Tony Watson and Solomon. Yeah, the bullpen. So yeah, one of the things I think is difficult has been difficult watching these games so far is that I don't think they don't show you the defensive sets enough, I think, on television because it's becoming such a factor in the way the game is played now. Like there's so many like just dramatic shifts and everything being done that
Right.
you get these they're not switching to like the actual like behind the plate cam fast enough so that you can actually see where the ball's going. And like relative to the defense. So a lot of times you're like, "Oh, I just saw the ball hit into the hole between third and or in the hole between first and second. Oh, but they've got someone playing that second right fielder out there who just
Yeah.
swallowed it up. It's kind of an odd thing because there's no indication as long as you're behind the pitcher, you have no idea where the defense is.
Right.
I mean, this situation, you don't know if they're playing the infield in or what. Belt gets a lot of
My
overshifts
CS
against him.
my CSN feed is out.
Uh-oh. All right, so I'm giving you the play-by-play.
You're giving me the play-by-play now too. I got MLB up as well, at
It's
least. But
3-1. Swing and a miss at a 94-mile-an-hour fastball right down the middle. Again, that's what we were talking about earlier. Is like these older Giants, they cannot
wow,
hit the fastball.
Longoria has had a game.
Yeah, he has had a game.
Longoria and Solano. Yastrzemski with 4 walks tonight.
Yep. That he's oh, that could have been strike 3, but it was ball 4, and like I said, they walked in a run.
All right.
Yastrzemski has walked a ton of times this season. He's got 11 walks now, I think it is.
And we got Longoria with the chance to go 4 for 4 and to break the game wide open.
That pitch, it was actually a good pitch. It was right on the screen on the broadcast. It was in the box. So
You know, it hasn't mattered too much because the Giants have been the better team, but the home plate umpire has been extremely he's been all over the place.
yeah.
In the beginning, those first couple innings, Smiley was getting squeezed
Mm-hmm.
on the corners, but then he started calling them in the middle innings. So nothing worse than an inconsistent umpire.
Right.
Like, I mean, even if you're going to have a bad strike zone, just have a bad strike zone for the whole game. But once the strike zone starts moving around, that's when it gets really frustrating as a hitter and a pitcher, I'd imagine.
Absolutely. All right, Longoria can have an even bigger night here. Reach for one there. It is 12:30 here on the East Coast.
Wow, Canadians beat the Penguins in game 1. The 12 seed. Wow, so both the 12 seeds today get a victory in the quick best of 5 NHL play-in playoffs.
All right. Well, they got one. They left a ton of batters on base, a ton of runners on base in that inning, but they've left 23 runners on base so far. This says here.
That is not a good number.
Well, the left on base stat is kind of misleading because if they load up the bases with nobody out and 3 guys come out and strike out, each one of them left three guys on base. So that's, I mean, the team left on base is a little bit different than the individual. But I think that'll put them up to 26 left on base tonight, if this thing ever updates. All right, well, we got to the top of the 9th. Now, no longer a save situation because the Giants are up 5 after scoring 2 in that inning. So,
be interesting to see who they put out there.
I got to think it's going to be Selman probably. But I don't know. Could be Watson. Watson didn't pitch yesterday, I don't think, did he? I don't know. Don't remember.
That I don't know.
I know.
Yep, Selman.
Selman closed it out yesterday too. Watson and Selman pitched the 8th and 9th last night. Both struck out too.
Selman's in there right now.
Okay.
To face Chirinos, Heineman, and Kiner Falefa.
Mitchell Friedman? Never heard of most of them. Willie Hayes.
This guy here is dead.
Chirinos.
Yeah, they got a lot of bad averages, these Texas
Rangers.
Yeah,
they've done nothing this season.
208, 211, 125, 0, 067, 240, 217, 214, 0, 200, 667.
Yeah, Ref Snyder was hitting 800 in his last at bat. So he was 4 for 5, and now he's 4 for 6, I guess. So,
wow.
Yeah. Chirinos.
But at least the Giants are doing what they should do, right? And win these games.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know that the way that things are sort of turning out so far. This is game 9 of the season. You can tell that the Giants have the ability to win some games. So,
but
nice
the
pitch.
thing is honestly, if you would have said to me, day before the season started, that the Giants would be 5-4 after 9 games, I mean, I don't know about you, but I would have taken that.
Especially when 4 of them were against the Dodgers.
Right. I mean, I most certainly would have taken that.
Yeah. Yeah, that split in that first series was absolutely huge.
Now, after this series,
it gets tough.
It gets extremely difficult. I believe we have 10 on the road against Colorado, Houston, and LA.
Yeah, that's going to be a real rough road trip.
I mean, 10 games against those 3 teams, if there is still baseball going on at that time.
Yeah, that is the sort of the scary X factor in all of this is.
We may very well wake up on Monday to a canceled season. So
we're not talking like let's just pause for a week and a half. We're talking about that's it. We're going home.
Exactly.
Woohoo! Wow. Yeah, someone's gonna get some leveraged situations if he keeps pitching like that. It's a nice strikeout. So the 11th strikeout for the Rangers tonight.
Whew.
Chirinos just got the hat trick with that one. So here's the other Heineman, Scott Heineman. I like how the Giants actually put some of those cutouts like in the less popular seats. They're not
I
just
like that they've got them in the arcade. It
yeah.
looks pretty good with them out there in the
It
arcade.
does. It does. It looks almost natural.
But when you're, looking far enough away, yeah. At least it's not the Fox virtual crowd, or
Right.
that was that did not look good. That did not look good.
I remember hearing a few weeks ago that they were going to do that. It's like, oh man. And the fact that they're the only ones doing it too, it's like that's just a weird gimmick. It's like
I was up there with them putting the blue shadow around the puck.
That's what I was just gonna say. The
Yeah.
little shadow around the puck, and then making it like flame when it went fast.
Let me just watch the game, please. Yeah. It made it harder to follow when they put the blue surf thing around the puck. It made it worse.
That's one thing. It's like you if you take. I mean, I'm assuming that you go to quite a few Sharks games, so
yes,
you take someone to a Sharks game that doesn't know hockey all that well, and they complain about I can't follow the puck. I always lose track of the puck. And it's like how many games of watching hockey do you think it takes before that is no longer a problem for you?
Not a lot.
Oh boy.
Heineman bomb. Oh no.
Yep, that's gone.
Yeah, Heineman bomb. All right, 7-3.
One run away from this being a save situation.
No, I mean hockey's such a great in-person sport.
Absolutely.
And it's one of the really ones that's fun to learn by being at the game.
Mm-hmm.
It really doesn't take long to follow to start learning how to follow the puck and the rules. And no, hockey's one I'm glad is back for sure.
I'll say this: at the Shark Tank, I spent a lot of time sitting upper bowl in that place. But a few occasions in the past I was able to sit like fourth row, like right behind the visitor bench.
Mm-hmm.
And the game from that low is incredibly different.
It's a completely different game.
Oh yeah, and you just see the size and the speed of all the players. Like you're up close, you kind of you see how they kind of hang back, and you're almost like right on the blue line there, sitting by the bench. So you get a good look at what the defensemen are doing and how active they are off the puck and everything too. And it's just like, man, this game is so much different from down low. And
oh yeah, just constantly moving. Right?
I played 3 seasons at Sharks Ice in the adult leagues, like the I Suck beginner leagues. But but man, it is such a hard game. It is so really difficult. Is. And I got it. Hockey players are just in incredible shape to be able to go out and do what they do.
The thing that's that I love about, because we have season tickets and they're up top, and
okay,
we moved, and they've been up top for 10 years, and we moved them down to the lower bowl for one season, and I hated it. I hated it down there because I loved being up top.
Yeah. You can see the game. You can
see the plays develop.
Yeah, right.
You can see all the, and I think it's the same in almost all sporting events. NFL, football as well. Being down low is really not that fun.
NFL especially, I would think, would be not that great from down low.
And you don't want to be too high. You want to be kind of. Football is great when you're right in the middle there.
I think it's best on television, to be honest with you.
But see, Niner games for me, I just love the atmosphere.
Oh yeah,
the atmosphere is so great. And baseball, being down low again for baseball is kind of tough. Like I like seeing the shifts and the movements of the defensive players before the pitch.
Right.
And when it's really hard to see that from down low, but when you're kind of mid-level. I always think like that club level at Pac Bell is just about right,
Okay.
just about the right level.
Second strikeout of the inning for Selman. 2 down in the ninth. Clinging to the 7-3 lead.
One more out, and we've got an above 500 baseball team.
Yeah.
Did the Rockies manage to take an L today? Nope. Rockies won.
6-1 over the Padres, so that moves them.
Look at that. 6-3 and 5-2.
Yeah.
Dodgers won. They're 6-3.
It's a good division.
This is a very good
Now you got
division.
a 5-4 Giants right behind them. Well, one strike away from a 5-4 Giants.
Hey, one game out of first.
Yeah. Wow.
Yep.
Wow. Yeah.
And there's a K to end it.
There it is. I think actually, I think technically Colorado is still in first by winning percentage.
Percentage points.
Yeah. So, wow. So the 5-4 Giants.
Oh, there we go. The 5-4 Giants. All right, they looked quite well. They looked pretty good. They had real good hitting in innings 1 and 2.
Right.
Even the first 2 that they gave up in the top of the first was only due to a very poorly done rundown.
Yep.
Otherwise, they would have been out of those 2 runs as well.
Oh, right. Absolutely.
They hit really well in the first 2 innings. They hit really well in the 8th. Patient at the plate, took a lot of walks. The bullpen was really good.
The bullpen through 5 innings gave up 4 hits, 1 run on that homer that we just saw, walked 2, and struck out 6. So that's pretty good. Take that for 5 innings of work.
So I think overall that was a well-played game, and that's what you should do to bad teams.
Yeah, and it's not gonna get a whole lot better than that with this team either. I think. How many times in the past have you seen the Giants take 11 walks? Do you remember that happening?
No.
Yeah.
I mean, I think the 2 big standouts are that the number of walks and the bullpens, and Smiley as well. The whole pitching performance. Because like I said, those first 2 runs shouldn't have even happened.
True. Yeah.
Should have been out of that inning.
And if they don't happen, maybe Smiley makes it deeper into the 5th inning.
Yeah, well, I guess he was out. It'd be interesting to see what happened. It looked like a blister on the finger.
Yeah, right. Well, those happen.
He had real good command of the breaking stuff tonight.
So pretty exciting to see the Giants where they are tonight. Kind of a couple of continuing storylines. Hunter Pence 0 for 2 continues to be 0 for the season. Brandon Belt got on base twice and scored, and also technically drove in a run by virtue of a bases loaded walk. So he gets some offense, but he's still 0 for in terms of at bats. He has no batting average. Yastrzemski walks 4 times. Dickerson didn't get a hit tonight, but walked also and scored. Slater 1 for 3. Solano 2 for 5 with 3 runs batted in. And Longoria 3 for 4, 2 run batted in. Took a walk.
Good game. Good game.
Good game at the plate, and he's at least going to be consistent, sort of solid over at third base. So happy with that. The DH position was a disaster tonight between Sandoval and Pence. 0 for 4. Crawford got on base twice due to walk, and so some good things happening. The bullpen continues to show that they can eat up the innings and keep a lead. So, except for when they can't, I guess, But
except for when they can't.
Yeah. So here they are, the 5-4 Giants with some players that are hitting pretty well. And the good news is they got one more game against the Rangers tomorrow. So it might be the
One more against
6-4 Giants by the end of this weekend.
Yeah, one more game against the Rangers. And then I feel like they really need to take advantage of that because it's going to get real difficult real fast
Yep.
with at Colorado, at Houston, and at LA after that. And I don't know. I mean, if they could possibly, it's asking a lot, but if they could possibly have some meaningful games when they get to LA against the Dodgers after Colorado and Houston, I mean, that would be fun.
Yeah.
I mean, I think that, if you're just looking for positives, which I think this season is all about, by that time we're talking, 15, 16 games into the season. If you're talking 16 games into the season and you're still playing meaningful games against the Dodgers,
Even if it's just a game or two, if they're a game or two above 500 at that point, my goodness, that's a win, you know?
absolutely. And I feel like this is what they did last year too, right? I mean, they played above their heads last year as well.
Yeah.
I think we were all thinking, we were all thinking worst case scenario, right? I mean, talking, up down there with the Orioles and the Tigers as
Right.
far as how bad they were going to be, and they didn't. I mean, they hung around wild card spot for a while. I know it really fell off towards the last couple months of the season.
Which is sort of their MO. Once they figure they're out of it, they go down hard.
Right, but I don't know. I mean, crazier things have happened, but I mean, if they can hang around, the problem is the schedule is just so daunting.
Right.
I mean, and I think we now will get a good feel after tomorrow of what they actually are. Right? If you go two cores to Houston, to the Dodgers, and you can do that. I mean, if they came back 500 from that trip,
tall order. But yeah,
it's a tall order. But if they did, that would really say something about this team.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I think unfortunately right now they're in the middle of like a 16 game stretch. I think it is.
Right.
That's a lot of games. I don't care if it's a shortened season or not. That's a lot of games to play without a day off. That's the longest stretch of the short season by far, and it's against really good teams starting Monday. So, yeah, 4 against the Rockies, 3 against the Dodgers, 3 against the Astros, and then they get to go play some A's, and then right back into 4 against the Angels, 3 against the Diamondbacks, back to the Dodgers again, then the Diamondbacks. I mean, it's just on and on and on.
It's brutal.
Yeah, it's going to get tough, and they got to take advantage of these games when they can. And it's hard to kind of really place exactly where they are because they were competitive with the Padres, and they were awful in 2 games against the Dodgers, but then pretty good in 2 games against the Dodgers too. And that's even despite the fact that they were still making fielding errors. They were still striking out and not taking enough walks. And now they just walked 11 times tonight. So they can take a walk.
Difficult to figure out.
Right. And you can't really expect them to be super consistent. I mean, that's just this team doesn't have enough experience to really be super consistent. So it's going to be, you're going to kind of have to feel it out every night. But it looks like there's enough guys in the lineup that if they can kind of string a couple of hits together, then they can score, and they might do it. They might be able to do it a lot. So there's reason to be kind of optimistic that they can score runs against the good teams. It's just going to come down to, can they keep the other teams off the board? And
exactly.
So we got Samardzija pitching tomorrow. I think it's his turn. We'll see if he's actually pitching or not. They haven't done the opener thing since the Dodgers series. So we'll see what happens with that. But nobody's making it 5 innings in a game yet in terms of starters, which is scary, but they've got the insurance of having 16 pitchers on the roster. So
right. Once those rosters go down, we'll see what happens.
Yeah, I'm worried that is going to have a very negative effect on this team because you got starters that don't have a lot of experience or have had some rough seasons like Gossman and Smiley the last couple seasons, or they're trying to have sort of like these career kind of resurrecting type of seasons this year, and hopefully that turns out well for them because it doesn't always. But yeah, then I mean the Giants have pitching. They've got Anderson, they've got Webb is good. They've got Rodriguez is on the 60 man. He's not at the big league level right now, but I mean they've got guys they can go to if they run out of pitching or if someone gets hurt. But we'll see. I mean, it's not gonna. I'm not saying this team's going to the playoffs, but I'm not going to say that because that's just disingenuous.
I wouldn't go that far. No.
Right, but they might be interesting to watch, and that's.
Well, I think that's the thing. If they can hang around and they can make it interesting, and give us more than we bargained for. I mean, they already have. I mean, I expected us to maybe have.
Oh yeah.
I don't know, 2 wins by now or something. So.
Right. You've definitely got to say that they've done better than expected so far.
Absolutely.
So now, do the expectations go up because of that, or I mean that's the trick, right? Is like you can say that 9 games are representative of who this team is now, and I'm not sure that that's true, but
I don't think so. I think that they're still a rebuilding team. There's still plenty of holes on this roster.
Oh yeah.
So
yeah.
It's still building towards the future. It's still building towards Bart and Luciano and Ramos and those guys. So that I think that it's still trying to find complementary guys towards them. I think the problem, though, that even I don't know, at least for me, that even is like a guy like Yaz, right, who's come out of nowhere and has really done well. 29 years old. I mean,
it's not going to be great for long.
He's not going to be great for long. So I that's the thing that worries me. Do you really see any components on this team? Because realistically, yeah, Bart will probably come up this year at some point, but he'll probably start being a full-time member next year. Ramos, either next year or the next year. Luciano, probably around the same team, if not 1 year further. So you've got to try and find guys that are going to be able to contribute kind of 2 to 3 years from now.
Right.
Yastrzemski probably still will, but he's going to be, 32 then.
Yep. Dickerson's the same thing.
Dickerson's the same. Pence will be gone. Longoria will be gone. Sandoval will be gone. Belt will be gone. Crawford will be gone. Posey will be gone.
Solano's 28.
Solano there, you're talking 31.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, there's still a need for those early 30s guys, but I just feel like, I mean, realistically, the Giants, they're not playing for right now. We're playing for 3 years from now when we can get all these guys through. So that's why I was always in favor of, I think we got to play as many young guys as we can. And I think the one guy that I was hoping was Jalen Davis.
Right.
Looked like he had some real power. I mean, he had a monster number of home runs in AAA last year, but just hasn't worked out at the major league level yet.
Right, and I think the reason that they sent him down was largely because of the fact that I think Duggar is a much more versatile player right now that he can play any of the outfield positions. He's probably a little faster, and you need to have somebody that can back up and play center field for you. So the fact that Belt came in and I don't know, it's just sort of the combination of transactions that happened a couple days ago that made it so that they felt that Jalen Davis wasn't quite right for the roster right now. So I get that. And with Pence on the roster, it definitely makes sense that Jalen Davis shouldn't be on the roster. It doesn't make sense that Pence is on the roster. But I mean, who knows? Maybe he won't be much longer. But so question marks and things that are going to get answered in time, obviously. But yes, the team is intriguing to which is their job, I think, right now is to be interesting enough to keep your attention, so that next season or the season down the road, you know who these guys are. They've got something. They've still got some interest in the team, and they're not going to be building back from zero. So,
Exactly.
and that's what we're hoping for. I mean, we got to keep this not just this season, but sort of the process in perspective, and know that these are not. This is not a playoff team. This is not a team that, even if they did make the playoffs, man, wow, that'd be fun. But you can't have super high expectations for them, because they're not. They're growing, and it's easy for, it's like you said, it's easy to get caught up in these guys like Yastrzemski and Dickerson and whatnot, because they're the ones who are good right now, but they're not the future of this team deep into like 10 years from now. So
No.
so
I
you
mean, that's the frustrating thing, you know. And I was like, I remember when Dickerson or not, Yaz started playing and started playing so well, and you thought, oh, this guy's just come out of nowhere. He must be, you know, what is he, 23, 22,
Right.
24, maybe tops. And you just go on and look at his age, and it's just like, oh, wow.
well, look,
I mean, you'll even look at his baseball cards, say, that just came out. His baseball cards have the RC on them. They've got his rookie.
Yeah.
And he's 29 years old, and he's got his rookie baseball card, you know? You know, these other guys, their rookie cards come out when they're 19, 20, 21 years old. And I get, you know, just a late bloomer or bad situation over in Baltimore, but that was, I remember seeing his age for the first time and just thinking, damn it.
Yep. Yep. Well,
I thought that was a long-term solution there.
Here's another one. Austin Slater is 28. He's been hanging around for 4 seasons now. This is his 4th year. So, and you know, he's getting a good look. He's putting up numbers so far, and he's got to keep doing it. But I mean, he has the benefit of all the different outfielders that they've brought up from the minors over the last 3 or 4 years. He's the only one that's still here. So,
right.
There's a lot of guys that they've been putting out in the outfield, and good for him to still be here. But 10 years down the road, he'll be 38 and probably not in the majors anymore. So
yeah, I mean, when you're thinking about, because, you know, the Giants farm system right now is looking very, very good. Right. So you're trying to find complementary pieces.
Right.
But unfortunately, the complementary pieces need to be in the 24 to kind of 26-year-old range.
Yeah, it's kind of safe to say they're not here yet.
Yeah.
So these are all the bridge players.
I don't think we have anyone really kind of that age, even that we're even trying out. It just feels like there's a lot of stopgap.
Trump, I think, is the closest thing that they have to that, because he's young. I think he's 22, I want to say, but okay. I mean, he just got here, so we'll see how long he lasts. Let's see if they bring up Bart, and he's probably history. So we'll see how that goes. More on that later, I guess.
But I mean, at the same time, you know, there's things to be excited about, right? I mean, because they could have, like I said, you still are going to need, you know, Yaz is still going to be on this team and contributing in 3-4 years' time.
Oh yeah, he's a good story too.
So that's good. And then, you know, I mean, once you get rid of the Longorias and the Belts and Crawfords and Posies of the world, the amount of money that they'll have to spend on somebody then to complement those guys. And I think that's really the thing, is that you're probably going to see a lot of, not a lot, but you're probably going to see Farhan going after some of his free agent guys that are going to be built around the Luciano, Ramos, Bishops of the world. You know?
Oh yeah, they're going to have the money for it. That's for sure.
Exactly. And that's the great thing, is that those big money guys are coming off of the books right when the young guys are hitting the major league team. So it's timed well. It's the Giants' future seems, as long as everything goes to plan, the future seems bright.
Yep.
I mean, this Luciano kid looks like a superstar. He looks like an absolute superstar.
Ramos does too.
Art's going to be good. Can tear the cover off the ball. We'll see what Bishop can do. I mean, he hasn't really gotten any pro league time yet.
Right.
Will Wilson looks like he might be a good defender, and you get a little bit of offense out of him over at short. The future's going to be bright. And then with the amount of money that they'll have to throw at some free agents that you want to put at first, corner outfield power hitters, could be good. They could be good. They could be good for a long time.
It's kind of scary, the free agency bit, though, because you see the kind of money that big name free agents are getting now. It's like prohibitive, it's a ton of money.
I think it's like we were talking about earlier. Like, I think Farhan is baseball savvy enough that he knows that you don't give. I mean, look what we're seeing it with Crawford, Belt, Longoria, Posey. You give these guys these massive contracts, and you're giving them to them when they're 31, 32 years old already.
Right.
And so they're playing. You just can't expect someone to be the player they were. When they're 35 to 39 years old, they're not going to be what they were in their 20s. It's just not possible. So I think Farhan is smart enough to know at least that if he does go after those names, hopefully you can get them while they're younger or give them bigger money at shorter deals. I don't know, but Farhan seems savvy. Like I trust him, I got to say, I definitely did not trust Sabian. I know it worked out, but he signed some pretty bad contracts there. But
it worked out for
I've been
5 years.
Yeah, I've been impressed with Farhan. I like what he's doing, and I think he's got a plan. And I think that his plan doesn't kick in for another 2 years. I think that he knows, like, his plan is to get all these big guys, big money guys off the books. But there's nothing he can do right now. So his plan is to, I'm going to throw the Connor Joes and all these guys no one's ever heard of out there and try and find, lightning in a bottle with somebody, because why not?
Yeah. It's extremely cheap to do what they're doing right now. They're not spending nearly as much money as they did before. Like they'd have the $200 million payrolls. They're not even close to that anymore.
No.
And they're not, and they know that, I think they understand that the guys they have now are bridging a gap, right? Between the old team and the future of the team. So they're not going to spend a ton of money on these guys because it's going to handcuff them when they do need the money.
Exactly. There's no point there, and that's why everybody, the going after the Bryce Harpers and the Garrett Coles and that's nice. Sure, it's nice, but honestly, if you had this team right now with Bryce Harper on it, what does it do? It increases their win total by 1, 2.
Yeah, it's a waste of time.
It's a waste of that money. Why instead take that money and in 3 years' time, 4 years' time, get somebody that complements all these awesome young players we have.
And to be honest, these big name players that are signing the big contracts, Bryce Harper, is he going to win the Philadelphia Phillies anything?
No, absolutely not.
I don't think he is. And there's too many other teams that are better that don't have that big old contract. I mean, the Dodgers have Mookie Betts now, but they also have a higher payroll, higher means than the Philadelphia Phillies do. So,
the Dodgers must be getting hammered on the luxury tax because they are paying a huge amount of money.
Yeah, and it doesn't look like it's going to get any smaller anytime soon either.
Right.
For them to and look what it's gotten them. They've gotten to the World Series, but they've lost the World Series. So it's not easy to win the World Series, that's for sure. But
nope.
But it has been elusive for them at to say the least. So we'll see how it pays off. I mean, the Giants are interesting to watch, and I think that's where it starts here after 9 games. So
that's where we're at.
Yeah. So I can't ask for much more. I think it's probably a great time to wrap this up for tonight.
Sounds good.
Thank you so much for everybody that watched. Like them, subscribe, all that stuff. Hit that button
All
over
that good
there, that
stuff.
button over there. And we look forward to seeing everybody the next time around. And Nick, I look forward to talking to you again soon. And go Giants.
Go Giants. Appreciate you guys.
All right. Well, have a great night.
You too.
So you can